pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
And thank you, Weldon High Performance. Yes. Okay. Also, thank you to Tire King, Schaefer Oil, Bo Daddy's Diesel, Irvin Repair, Arbor Care Plant and Turf, and Delmarva RV Center for bringing us in and keeping us free to you, the viewer. Today we have, oh my gosh, we have so much. We are doing we're finishing up time runs right now. They're finishing up Pro Bike, and then they'll go into the Teen Challenge, and then we'll go right into eliminations. We will be doing today the Sunday Car Quest and Hazard Auto Junior Dragsters points race, also the Sunday Beach Custom Services Mod ET points race, the Sunday Pro Stick Racing Organization, now that's quarter mile, the Sunday Nolan Company Top ET points race, also the Tire King Sportsman, also quarter mile, Outen Brothers Pro Bike quarter mile. For those of you who love quarter mile, you're gonna get some this weekend. And then we'll go into the Teen Challenge. We'll wrap up the run order with the Teen Challenge after that. Okay, yesterday we had driplets that took us out for almost 3 hours, and consequently we ended up hitting the curfew, and we did not finish the races, and they just split it after the third round with all of the things. Now, but we did get down to the Jerry Ketterman's Bad 8. We had door car champion for that was Tony Hill in the S10, and then the dragster champion for that was Frank LeCates. My guess is that they may be running them against each other for that bad to the bone guy, so that'll be cool. Everything else was a curfew split. Okay, now Friday we had in the Friday Jerry Ketterman's 32 car Mod ET shootout, we had Michael Jefferson as the winner for that one. The Friday Jerry Ketterman's 64 car Top ET shootout was Tommy Ketterman. Okay, that's about it. I got you caught up. I think they're still finishing up with the time runs for the bikes, and then we'll go into the Teen Challenge time runs, and then we'll go into today's event. Okay, get what you want, your snacks, get ready for a long day of wonderful drag racing. And oh, by the way, if you're near here, you need to be here, because they have a slick track. They have, what do they call it? Yeah, they have a huge car show here too. Being here at this event is much, much better than watching it on TV. You'll get to see all the racing on our channel, but there's so much more going on these grounds. What's the other? Go-karts. Yeah, they have slick track and go-karts here.
No, it's slick. The go-karts on the slick track.
Oh, the go-karts are on the slick? I thought it was over there.
No.
I don't know the layout because they keep me locked up in here, but so anyway, but they got all kinds of stuff and vendors and everything going on here. So if you're near here, get here, because this is the 60th anniversary for Delmar US 13 Dragway. Yay!
In 66, a friend of mine had a 66 Chevelle. He loaded all his kids in the Chevelle convertible and brought us down here. I couldn't sleep the night before, and when I went home that night, I couldn't sleep that night either. I've been hooked ever since. So it's a very addictive sport. I'm just a spectator. Try this again, Cody Balick. Graham Gladney here in the tower lane. And tower lane spun a little bit off the line, but the far lane's going down. And goes 9-11 with a 147 mile an hour. Next pair up, Ash Hayward over there in the Alton Brothers lane. And tower lane, I'm not sure about. Here we go, Ash Hayward over there, Randall Scott. Randall Scott here in the tower lane, LZ septic lane. And far lane, Ash has a couple issues. And the tower lane goes 886 with a 154 mile an hour. Don't have a name on the far lane over there. Tower lane though is Brandon Scott. Here in the tower lane. Like I said, if you've been through tech and haven't had a pass yet, go to lanes 3 or 4 for your one run. Far lane goes 1019 with a 130 mile an hour, and tower lane goes 1013.8 with at 133 here in the tower lane. Next pair up, Orlando Johnson, far lane, and James Farmer here in the tower lane. And Orlando goes 888 with a 952 mile an hour, and Farmer goes 904 with a 148 mile an hour. He was 016 at the start. Charlie Knock, Art Lawrence, and 001. If you're going to make your second run, we need you back to the lane, please. Behind the tower, we need that run. We need you guys so we can finish up and do the ladder. Hustle back for us, please. Montrell goes 854 with an 858 mile an hour in the tower lane. And Tony goes 956 with a 9 at 144, almost 145 mile an hour on his motorcycle. Ahim Gladney back up for his second run. Some of these guys are double entered. And he races down to the quarter mile and goes 8:68 with a 0, 154 mile an hour. We need a Jenny Northam, Pro Bike 001. We need to know if you're going to run. Please come to the tower and let us know so we can do our ladder. Bikes, and Charlie Knock, we need you too. Let us know what you're going to do here so we can get this ladder going for you guys. First round of bikes are always on the ladder, so we need to get that posted and run off posted for those folks. Couple announcements here. The Colonial Rodders Car Club of Easton, Maryland are set up in the show area. They have some nostalgia race cars on display along with some of their drivers. I was over there earlier in Bill Easton's old car. So anyway, they're over there set up. They are also having name the driver contests. All you have to do is match the car to their driver. The person matching the most cars with their drivers will win $100. Entries are just $1 each. The winner will be announced at the end of the day. The proceeds from the game will be helped towards underprivileged youth at Christmas. Nice deal. So if you think you know a lot of drivers, head on over there and participate in their little thing they got going on, contest, and help support the youth. The Colonial Rodders Club of Easton. They're set up over there. I know they had a lot of old pictures I was looking at. Brought back memories to me. And here we are into our team challenge. So these are some youth drivers. They have to ride with their parents, and they run to the 8th mile, a new program out by the WDR Racing Alliance. So good opportunities for these before they get their license, get some seat time. Both of them are green, and as they carry their parent down there towards the 8th mile, go 9:29. If Chase Huber in the far lane went 9:28 at almost 75 mile an hour. And Tower Lane goes 11:20 with a 65 mile an hour here in the pickup. Johnny Northam and Charlie Knock, we need you to the tower, please. Johnny Northam and Charlie Knock, we need you to the tower, please. Next up, don't know the name on the other side. Got Savannah Baker here in her S10. Carter Foskey. Okay, Carter Foskey over there. Everybody jumping in this teen challenge thing. As they run to the 8th mile, Shannon goes 9:49 with a 6:70 mile an hour, and Mr. Foskey goes 11:002, 65 mile an hour. Didn't have a program like that when I was young. Next up, Brandon Hazard against Braxton Hazard, brothers. I believe they're brothers here. I think they race each other in junior dragsters. Now they're out here in the teen challenge. The Hazards are strong sponsors of our junior program. I think they have like 4 of them. Both of them are green. Head to the 8th mile. And Brand goes 10:38 with 8, 70 mile an hour, and Braxton goes 10:094 at 71 mile an hour in his big Chevy Dually, I believe it was. Next up over there in the far lane, Raleigh Ketterman in his big wagon. Raleigh getting into this. Neat program the WDR Racing Alliance has. They've started this for the youth. So, and Raleigh goes 9:91.1, 69, almost 70 mile an hour in his big wagon. And we got a late junior time run here. Bryce Cornish the third in the tower lane. It was 75 at the start. Decent reaction time. And he runs 11:86 for the night, 53 miles an hour. And we got some neater runs coming out. We guarantee a 1 run. I think it's just a few of them coming out. We'll be wrapping up our 1-time run session for today for all our racers. Say we got Motor Mania televising live. Here, they've been here all 3 days. need Johnny Northrum from Bloxham, Virginia. Pro Bike, we need you to the tower, please, okay? We need you to the tower. Tell us what you're gonna do so we can do our ladder for the bikes. Mr. Northrum, Johnny from Virginia, please come to the tower.
And once again, if you are not 16 and have a driver's license, you cannot operate any pit vehicle, four-wheeler, golf cart, mini bike, dirt bike, anything of that nature in the property today. Also, if you are operating a golf cart, please give courtesy to the race cars. They are trying to get back to their pits. It is a hot day. I know it's nice to ride around and look at everything, but if you have a car come up behind you, just pull off to the side, let them by. Have the courtesy. Thank you. And here we go, we're in our cleanup round here. Gonna do a little cleanup round here before we get into our first round. Johnny Myers here at Tower Side. Didn't get a good hit there first round. So he's gonna bring it back. He's gonna back it up here. Still got a little something happening here. through our cleanup round here. Our cleanup round. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out to the 60th anniversary show here at US 13 Dragway. Make sure you get over there and check out the OC Cruisers car show. Got a massive display of cars over there. Beautiful, beautiful cars. Also, don't forget the Colonial Riders Car Club from Eastern Maryland is over there in the show area. Has a nice display of nostalgia race cars along with some of the drivers. They're having a Name That Driver contest. $1 entry fee, $100 to win. Whoever can guess the match the car and driver, whoever has the most of them right is going to win $100. And all the proceeds are going to go to the unprivileged youth at Christmas. So go check that out over there. Colonial Riders Car Club over there in the show area. Having that Name the Driver contest. $100 to win, $1 to enter. All you got to do is match the car to their driver. Savage here in a little Chevy Love. Gets out there, gets a little out of shape, brings it back. Runs down here in the quarter mile, 886 at 117. I think he was trying to make a eighth mile pass with it. 545 with an 8 at 133 in the eighth. Also, don't forget, the slick go-kart track is open over there. $5 to get you some laps in on the slick track. So if you want to run over there, take the kids over. It's a great time. Also, don't forget, we have the 60th anniversary t-shirts down to a limited supply over there at the fuel station. So if you want to pick one of them up, run over there to the fuel station. Also here today, this is our last WDRA points race for the season. All our major classes are going to be running for what they call the Rod Trophy here today. It's on display down here at the ticket shack if you want to go down there and check that out.
Jeremiah Arrington, please come to the pit tower. Jeremiah Arrington, please come to the second floor of the tower.
So attention over there in the car show area. Somebody over there with the OC Cruisers. All your winners can make their way over to lane 1. So if somebody can hear me over there in the car show area, all your winners can make their way over to lane 1 now, please. Once again, big shout out to Motor Media and TV over there, supplying us with some awesome live stream, live feed. Go check them out, motormaniatv.com. Want to send a big thank you out to all the sponsors that brought that to us free this weekend to the viewers. We got Tire King up there in Seaford, Delaware. Help you out with any of your tire needs. Shavers Racing Oils out of locally here. Alan, he'd be able to help you out with any of your oil needs you need. Bo Daddy Diesel. Also, we have Irvin Irvin Repair, Amber Care Plant and Turf. Take care of any of your plant needs, grass, bushes, trees. Can help you out there. Also, I want a big shout out to Delmarva RV Center coming on board, helping us out with the live stream up there in Milford, Delaware. Go check them out, delmarvarvcenter.com. Also, 50/50 is up to $500. She's going to be selling those tickets down here at the bottom of the tower up until about first round. So if you want to get in on the 50/50 drawing, you can get you some tickets down here at the bottom of the tower. She's going to be selling them up to about first round. Once we get into first round, then we'll go ahead and pull a number, see how much the total is at that time. Sure, if we continue selling, it's going to be up over $500-600. Also, we got the hookup down there in the concessions area, along with Chubby's. Got some ice cream down there, cool, refreshing drinks. So if you need anything to eat, nice cold beverage, head on down there to the concessions area and get you something cool to drink. I need Sportsman 9455 to the tower. Also, I need 8053 in the Sportsman class. I need you two to the tower, please. 9455, car number 8053. I need you both to the tower, second floor of the tower, please. Also want to give a big shout out to Pepsi Bottling Company. They're our major sponsor here today for the 60th anniversary show here at the US 13 Dragway. Also give a shout out to all our track sponsors. We got Out and Brothers Home Furnishing, hook you up with any of your furniture needs. Why not travel? Carolyn, she can hook you up, Blondie, for any of your vacation traveling needs. Go see Jeff up there at the Tire King, up there in Seaford. Help you out if you need any tires, anything of that nature. Beach Custom Services, sponsoring our No Box class. Meineke Car Care Center. Also, we got Crouch's Automotive. I need license plate 162053, Delaware, black license tag. I need your vehicle moved immediately, please. You are parked in a racer spot. Again, 162053, Delaware tag. It's a black Mazda. You are parked in a racer spot. I need that vehicle moved immediately, please. And also, too, if you are riding around here in the pit area, do not park. If you see an open spot next to a trailer or behind the trailer, don't pull in there. That is the parking spot for the driver and car. They possibly could be going down the track or in the lanes. So that is their spot. So if you do see an empty spot next to a trailer or behind one, do not park there. There's plenty of parking over there on the spectator side. I know the pit side here is pretty filled up. So appreciate it if everybody would just have courtesy for the racers here today. Also, too, if you're on a golf cart, four-wheeler, or anything of that nature, race cars do have the right-of-way here in our pit area. So please move over, let them by. Also, I still need sportsman drivers 9455-8053 to the tower immediately, please. Also, I need them show cars. Show cars, I need you over here in lanes 1 now, please. Show cars. So if you can hear me over there in the show area, bring your winners up in lane 1 now, please. We are ready and waiting. I'm still looking for card number 8053 in the sportsman class. I need you to the second floor of the tower immediately, please. 8053 in the sportsman class. I need you to the second floor of the tower immediately, please. Once again, if you're coming in as a spectator and you're coming over on the pit side, even on the spectator side, if you see a race trailer and an empty spot next to it, that is the racer's spot, so do not park there. The pits is pretty much filled up on this side, so there's plenty of parking over there on the spectator side. So once again, have courtesy for the racers. Do not park in their spots next to the trailer, behind the trailer. Because we will ask you to move if you do. And if you don't, we will have you towed. Also, once again, if you are not a licensed driver, 16 years of age, with a license, you are not allowed to operate any pit vehicle on the property. That includes golf carts, mini bikes, dirt bikes, scooters, anything of that nature. Also, too, if you are out on a golf cart, racers do have the right-of-way here. So please give courtesy to them race cars when they come up to you. Please give them the right-of-way. Don't stop in the middle of the road. They need to get back to their trailer as soon as possible, because the turnaround here today is going to be pretty quick. We have a lot of cars we need to get down the track today. So please work with us as we try to get this show in here today, the 60th anniversary. Chevy Show Shine and Drags. Also, give a shout out to Brandon Ennis. Happy birthday, Brandon. He's what, 42? No. He's still a young man. But happy birthday to you, Brandon. And I need that bike rider that needs a pass in to his bike now, please. So that bike that needs a pass, I need you to your bike now, please. Also want to give a big shout out to Mark Frank Motorsports, one of our track sponsors. Prestigious Plumbing and Heating HVAC services. Also, can't forget Tommy Burnett, Remax Realtor. He's the racing realtor. Likes to say, let me get you to the finish line, he says. Also want to give a big shout out to the Primo team, sponsoring our winner's circle here this year. I'm loving the new winner's circle. Mark did an awesome job with that. Really loving it. Makes for a really great winner's circle picture. So we're going to have a few of them here this afternoon, or this evening, I should say, because we're going to run into the wee hours of the night. And as we're trying to get our car show winners over here, we're going to give this bike that just arrived here a time shot. Also want to give a big shout out to Charlie Cathell, Joyce Cathell. They're here today. I see Charlie's got his Model A over there. He's got the original Thunderbird over there. So if you see them here today, make sure you tell him thanks for the 60 years that this place has been around. Got some real good memories here. Charlie brought me on board probably, I think I'm working on 16 years now. And I'm the low man on the totem pole. So big shout out to all the employees here. Do a great job, been with us for a long, long time. Like Jerry was saying earlier, he's been here, I think, since the gates opened. Dawn, she's been with us for a very, very long time. Without her, we couldn't do any of this. And if Charlie and Joyce Cathell are available, we'd like to have you up here on the starting line. Charlie and Joyce, if you're available, we'd like to have you up here on the starting line, please. And as we get ready here to hand out our show car awards, we're going to do a little track prep here. I see them, they're starting to make their way over. Show cars, I need you to in lanes 1, please. Show cars, winners to lanes 1. Once again, we're getting ready to have our show cards award ceremony here for our 60th anniversary here at the US 13 Dragway. Trophy presentations are going to be here at the back of the lanes in the winner's circle here. Once again, I'd like to get Charlie and Joyce up here. Charlie, I see you. Joyce is back there waiting for you. And since we have about 60 show cars coming here, we're going to go ahead and bring them up in a lane 3, get them out of the road back there.
Frankie LeCates, Ronnie Bishop, Doug Milner, please come to the tower. Frankie LeCates, Doug Milner, Ronnie Bishop, please come to the tower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can have your attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have two special guests here today. Charlie and Joyce Cathell. They spent 58 years here at the US 13 Dragway, and they are my mom and my dad. My grandparents, Bill and Juanita Cathell, built the facility. And Mom and Dad worked with them until they retired, and then Mom and Dad retired in 2021. And that's where my wife and Denise and I, we took over and have had the last year and a half under our belt. Last year we started a Hall of Fame, and they were the first inductees into the US 13 Dragway Hall of Fame. This year we're going to have two new inductees, and you'll see their plaques on the front of the tower, and that'll be after today. We'll have the plaques made up. It'll be on the front of the tower. The first inductees was the first folks that I mentioned. My grandparents, Bill and Juanita Cathell, that put a lot of time and love and blood, sweat, and tears into this. And they will be entered into the US 13 Dragway Hall of Fame as the founders of the track. The second person that will be going in is up on the third floor of the tower, and that's Mr. Dinky Bradford. Dinky was here. My dad told me he was here the whole time, from when they opened, and still here today. So Dinky, thank you, and welcome to the Hall of Fame. Give him a big round of applause, please. All right, I'm going to give the mic over to my dad. He's got a couple things they would like to say and thank all of you guys. Again, we want to thank you for coming out and supporting us. It's an honor. It really is. It's an honor to be the third generation to keep this going, and we hope to keep it going for many years to come. And we thank you all for coming out and supporting us. And I'm going to turn the mic over to my dad.
Thank you. As I pulled up here, I told him he's only got 56 more years to catch up with me. So I would like to thank the fans that have been here all those years. There's been a lot of second, third generation, some moving in the fourth. When you get that far along, you know you're getting old when you see fourth generation. We lost a good friend that would have been here with us today, Buck Wheatley. Unfortunately, was in an accident just a couple of weeks ago. One of the classic shows for the 55, 56, 56, and 57 Chevys. And unfortunately, he had a spill off a golf cart, hit his head, and he's up there looking at us down today. He was a big part of the drag racing back in the year, the Wheeler brothers. Well, I made a tour through the show area a few minutes ago, and I saw a lot of my old drag racers. Crazy Leg Johnson's car over there. I mean, that's a piece by itself. But I don't want to hold this up. It's hot out here, you fans. Thank you very much for me and my wife, 58 years. Today at 60, and as I told my son, he's only got 56 more years to do this, and then he'll be in the same boat I am. So thank you all once again.
Thank you. Now they're going to take a trip down the 1320, and this is My grandfather's 1931 Model A Ford Roadster. Been fully and we've kept it in the family. So give them a big round of applause as they go down to my mom and dad. Thanks.
And here we go with our best in show coming out first. Come up a little bit. Just pull straight up a little bit. No, straight up. Just go straight up. Malin Jeffers picking up out of Middletown, Delaware, in the 57 Chevy Bel Air, picking up the Best in Show trophy here today. Next up, we have a 52 GMC pickup, Janice Chance out of Salisbury, Maryland. Pulls up here in this beautiful GMC. Coming out next, we have a 69 Opel GT. Owned by Rob and Delana Coffin out of Delmarva, Delaware. Next up, we have a 64 Buick Special, owned by Donald Corbin out of Burgundy. Next up, 62 Willys. Rich Lean is the owner out of Ocean Pines, Maryland. Congratulations there, Rich. It's a beautiful 62 Willys there. Next up, a 2023 Chevy Corvette. Larry Salati, the owner, out of Selbyville, Delaware, of this beautiful 2023 Corvette. Love that color. Next up, we have a 1964 Impala. Owned by Thomas Falk out of Laurel, Delaware. And coming out next, I got a 1947 International Panel owned by Phil Shadiger out of Laurel, Delaware. Because I'll mess around and say that. Next up, we have a 55 convertible, Stephen Barnes out of Princess Anne, Maryland. And coming up next, we have a 2011 Chevy Camaro owned by John Morris, coming to us from Lewis, Delaware. Wooty. And next here. Next up there is a 68 Camaro owned by Woot T. Brooks out of Cambridge, Maryland. Did I get that right? Woot T. Woot T in the house.
All the photos are going to be on a website, TVs.
Next up, we got a 55 Chevy pickup. Steve Heller, owner, out of Parsonsburg. And coming up here next, we have a 1966 Chevy C10 owned by Peter Schultz out of Greenwood, Delaware. Beautiful looking original truck. And once again, we have $600 up for the 50-50 so far. She still have some tickets for sale here underneath the tower at the bottom of the steps. So if anybody wants to get on the 50-50 drawing, it's up to $600. She's over here at the bottom of the tower if you'd like to purchase you some tickets. Next up, I got a 1963 Impala owned by Branson Messick, coming to us from Laurel, Delaware. And coming out next, I have a 2015 Corvette, Alfred Hudson, owner, out of Snow Hill, Maryland. Next up, we have this beautiful 88 Chevy Silverado owned by Walter Wright out of Lewis, Delaware. And Tim McKay bringing us this beautiful 55 Chevy 210 gasser all the way from Salisbury, Maryland. Next up, 69 Chevy Camaro, owned by Bill Atkins out of Pocomoke, Maryland. And coming out next, we have a 1936 Chevy pickup. Dolores Atkins owns it out of Pocomoke. Beautiful 36 Chevy there. Ross Kennedy here, bringing out this beautiful 31 Custom Model A out of Seaford, Delaware. And coming up here next, we have this beautiful 66 Chevy C10 pickup, custom. Monkey Nielsen, owner, out of Salisbury, Maryland. Next up, we have a 1967 Chevelle owned by Pat and Karen Latham out of Stevensville, Maryland. Next up, we have a 53 Chevy 210 owned by Ed and Mary St. Lawrence out of Quantico, Maryland. Next up, I have a beautiful 67 Chevelle SS brought to us by Eddie Page, owner, out of Selbyville, Delaware. Next up, we have a 1970 Nova owned by Marvin Thomas out of Dover, Delaware. Next up, Dave Shugard bringing us this beautiful 66 Nova out of Millsboro, Delaware.
I told him to take it easy down the track, but, you know.
Anthony Jones bringing us this 67 Camaro Pro Street. Next up, 2002 Pontiac Firebird. Owned by Dave Bunchen out of Ocean View, Delaware. And coming out next, we have a beautiful 68 El Camino, owned by Toby Curtis out of Cambridge, Maryland. Love the look of that car. Coming out next, I have a 69 Camaro Z28, John Hooper owner, out of Harbison. And coming out next, I have a beautiful 41 Chevy Special Deluxe, owned by Carol Naley of Salisbury, Maryland.
Ah, shit. You want to go talk to him? Go ask him what his name is.
Next out, Van Borgendine brought us this beautiful 55 Chevy sedan delivery gasser, coming to us from Trapp, Maryland. Coming out next, I have a 72 Chevy Chevelle, owner Larry Kaysen out of Harrington, Delaware. Kenny Collins going to bring out this beautiful 69 Chevy Camaro out of Whaleyville, Maryland. And coming out next, Eugene Nelly out of Salisbury brings us his 1970 C10 pickup. Bob Franklin brings us this beautiful 87 Chevy pickup out of Finksburg, Maryland. Coming out next, Linda Voschel out of Maridel, bringing us this beautiful 57 Chevy Bel Air. Larry DuBois brings us this beautiful 38 Chevy sedan out of Chance. And coming out next, we have a 2005 Chevy SSR. Brad Shepard out of Georgetown, Delaware. Scott Conaway bringing us this beautiful 67 Camaro out of Parsonsburg, Maryland. Coming up here next.
Okay, Addison. Okay, Addison. And Steve and Tina Hurley. Steve Hurley.
And coming out next, we have Addison Matthews out of Onancock, bringing us this very clean 2013 Chevy SS. Next up, Steve Hurley bringing us this 57 Chevy out of Hebron, Maryland. Beautiful Bel Air there. Coming out next, Mike Plummer, 68 Chevy, coming to us out of Milford, Delaware. That beautiful rag top Camaro. Man, pulling up there next, 2017 Corvette. Ken Morey, owner, out of Harrington, Delaware. And coming out next, Jay Bradford, 1960 blown Corvette, coming to us from Newark, Maryland.
Driven by Alex.
Driven by his son Alex. And give him a round of applause as he crawls out of the car. And pulling up here next, we have a 57 Chevy Bel Air, owned by Ron and Lynn Cantwell, out of Hebron. You know he had to do it. You know he had to do it. Next up, we have a 1931 coupe. Brian Steele, the owner, out of Lincoln, Delaware. Got some Chevy power there under the hood. George Rust bringing us a 79 Chevy Impala out of Millsboro, Delaware. Next up, 68 Camaro, owned by Vernon Holland out of Dagsboro. Next up, 67 Chevy Camaro. Butch Harrington bringing it to us up from Felton, Delaware.
Did I give you shorter already? What happened to his cars? Bud Shorter.
And Kevin Smith bringing us this beautiful 66 Chevy Malibu convertible out of Salisbury, Maryland. And coming up here next, Jeff Shorter, bringing us this 1980 Z28 Camaro out of Easton, Maryland. And up next, Bud Shorter bringing us this 65 Chevy Malibu SS, also from Easton, Maryland.
Gimme, Jeff. Gimme. Got him, Larry Toss.
And while I got everybody's attention here, we're gonna draw the 50-50 number here in a minute, so hang out. Terry's got the bucket here. We're going to draw a number. But coming up here next, Larry Talls, bringing us this beautiful 55 Bel Air out of Hebron, Maryland. How much was it, Terry? $50-50 is going to be drawing for $625. And coming up here next, Charlie Cathell in the original Superbird. Was hoping you can get her out here and do some dry hops with her. Love this machine. And that's going to do it for the awards show here today. So while you're all here, we go ahead and we're going to draw this 50-50 number. Yellow ticket 479-815. 479-815. If you have that number, bring it over here. You are the winner of $625. $50-50 number 479-815. 479-815. We'll get you $625 if you have that yellow ticket. So we're going to get ready here to start calling our classes up to the lanes. We're probably going to do a little track sweeping here. And then we'll get into our first round of classes. So appreciate everybody coming out to this year's 60th anniversary here to celebrate it. US 13 Dragway. Once again, winning 50-50 number 479815. If you have that yellow ticket with the number 479815, that will get you $625. Come here to the tower to claim your prize.
Okay, attention over on the spectator side. The two persons that are riding the dirt bikes down the return road over there, the entrance road, please go park them. Thank you.
So once again, we're going to do a little track prep here. Then we're going to start calling up our classes, so everybody can go ahead and get ready. We're going to be calling classes here very soon. Also, if you got friends and family that couldn't make it here today, give them a shout. Tell them to go ahead and catch us on Motor Mania TV, because that's going to be brought to you free for the viewers today by Tire King, Schaefer's Oil, Bo Daddy Diesel, Irvin Repair, Arbor Care Plant and Turf, and Delmarva RV Center. Appreciate all them for pitching in, helping us to bring that live to the viewers.
And we have the 50-50 winner in the tower, Mr. Sheldon Abrams from Dover, Delaware. Congratulations.
Hey, loose change. I'm up in the tower if you have a second. Loose change. Okay, getting close to things getting started again. If you are interested in one of the 60th anniversary shirts, we have very, very few left. They're over here on the pit side in the fuel station building. It's the white building with the blue door. All right, attention in the pits. First call out for our junior dragsters. Can we get you in lanes 4 and 5? Try to stay tight into 4 and 5.
All right, well, I got a few minutes. We're getting ready to give another Gen 3 practice tree away to the juniors. Give away one yesterday. We're going to give away another one today. $350 value. I appreciate Porta Tree, Allison and Doug. Appreciate them very much. And the winner today also will get an electric scooter, courtesy of Benny Parkinson over here with Extreme Custom. So without delay, we'll go ahead and draw something here. Here you go, man. Reach in. Draw one tech card. Tech card. There you go. Thank you. All right, and the winner today, our Gen 3 practice tree is Bryce Cornish III. Congratulations, Bryce. So I want to thank Porta Tree again for doing that for us. Bryce Cornish, I think it was Haley Truitt yesterday won the other one. And like I say, the winner today gets that electric scooter, so that ought to be neat.
All right, we had a couple late entries there. We got them a time shot. We got our junior dragsters in the lanes. And once again, want to say thank you to everybody that's come out here this weekend today to help us celebrate 60 years of drag racing right here on the Delmarva Peninsula in the small little town of Delmar. We're too big for one state. And we're going to start off today. Pastor Bob Davis is he's going to join us up here. We're going to start off with an invocation, and then we'll follow by the national anthem. I'm going to turn the mic over.
Sir. Thank you. If you would, please, just like to mention thanks to everyone who has made this possible, and certainly our hearts are heavy for any recent losses we had. Just over the last few years, we've lost so many folks that have been so important to this sport, and I don't want to mention names because of fear of leaving somebody out, but certainly most recently our friend Buck Wheatley, and was a tragic loss so close to this date. He would have loved to have been here, and it's because of people like him and those that have gone on before us that we can be here today and continue to enjoy what we're doing. So if you would join me, please, in a word of prayer. Father, we thank you for this facility being here, still allowing us to come out and do the things we do. We're thankful for this great country that we live in, the United States of America, where we can experience such freedoms. We ask your blessing upon us, Lord. Every person here, especially those that are piloting these cars down the track, I pray for their safety, for the safety of them as they travel home tonight. Watch over them, we ask. And I pray, Father, that the sport will continue on as long as your will. We'll give you the praise and the thanks. Amen. Amen.
All right, now if we can ask everyone to please rise, and gentlemen, if you remove your hats, as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We are ready to go, as we are going to start off with our future of drag racing in the junior dragster division. These are kids from 6 to 17 years old, and it's an honor for us to have them to start off the 60th anniversary here today. So junior dragster drivers, you should be loaded up. And let me go ahead and call first call for Beats Custom Services General Contracting Mod ET, lanes 1 or 2. Lanes 1 or 2 for Beats Custom Services General Contracting Mod ET.
Okay, before we get started, just some information. If you are under 16 and do not have a driver's license, you should not be driving anything with wheels here at the racetrack. Unfortunately, our insurance does not cover you to be riding on anything other than our go-karts. Please do not drive through here very quickly. Someone is going to get hurt, and we do not need anybody driving in circles over on the other side. So please practice safety.
And I'm going to need Dave Keaton behind the tower. Dave Keaton. Heaton. Oh, I'm sorry. Heaton. I'm sorry. Dave Heaton. Number 1317. Dave Heaton. Not Keaton. Dave Heaton. Number 1317. I'll need you behind the tower, please. You are the wait and see by here. And here we go with our first pair of junior dragsters. Blake Truitt over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up 1181. Bryce Cornish over here in the LZ Septic lane, dialed up 1190. They're just telling me today is Blake's birthday. Happy birthday to Blake Truitt. That means he can bump up on his dollar now. Close on the hit. Who's it going to be? Blake picks up the win. 1184 with an 8 on an 81. Bryce, 1199 with a 0 on a 90. Happy birthday, Blake. Moving on to round number next. And coming up here next, Camden Berry, dialed up 1190. Regan Ketterman here in the LZ Septic lane, dialed up 1196. Camden on a little bit on the red side, handing the win over to Ketterman. Ketterman runs down there 1198 with a 5 on a 96. Camden turns it 17 red. Next up, Trip White over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up 1192. Going up against Cooper Lewis here, Tower Side. 1280 on the dial-in board. Cooper with the advantage on this end. What's he going to do with it down there? Can't get it done. Trip White runs down there 12 flat with a 6 on a 92. 122 at the hit. Cooper was 62 on the hit. Runs down there at 1295 on an 80. Margin of victory 0079. Next up, Haley Truitt over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up 1190. Got us a heads up race here. Rhett Bladen with the advantage at the hit. Rhett gonna pick up the win. Runs down there at 1207 with a 4 on 1190. 17 on the hit. Haley was 73. Runs a 1207 on 1190. Next up, Andrew Schaefer getting a solo here, dialed up 1190. 14 on the hit for Andrew. Runs down there 5 above with a 9. And coming up here next, Bridget Atkins over there out in Brothers Lane, dialed up in 804. Going up against Bentley Hazard here, Tower Side. In the LZ Septic Lane, dialed up in 894. Bentley sitting 13 in the point standings. Bridget 16. As today is the last day of the WDR points chase. So everybody's wanting to do good today. Everybody wants to go some rounds. Bentley with the advantage on the hit. Bentley going to pick up the win. 907 with an 8 on an 894. 31 at the hit. Bridget run it out. 803 with a 3 on an 804, but was a little late on this end. Next up, Jonathan Henry over there in the Outten Brothers Lane, dialed up a 794. Going up against Noah James here, Tower Side, dialed up a 792. Jonathan, number 3 in the point standings. Sitting there with 269 points. Jonathan with the advantage. What's he going to do with it? He's going to turn it into a win. 798 with a 4 on a 94. 35 at the hit. Noah was 140 on this end. Runs a 95 with an 8 on a 92. Next up, Madison Gordy over there in the Outten Brothers Lane. Dialed up a 790. Braden Hazard here, Tower Side, dialed up a 790 also. Madison sitting 14th. Braden sitting 15th. Braden hoping he puts her out this round, pick up some extra points. Maybe he can get up to that number 14 spot. Mike Jones, I need you to your car, please. Mike Jones, to your car, please. It's close on this end. Who's it going to be on that end? Braden picks up the win. 794 with a 9 on a 90. 31 on the hit. Madison was 81 on this end. 93 with a 3 on a 90. Up next, Cole Falsky over there in the Outten Brothers Lane. Dialed up a 790. Up against Brandon Matera here at Tower Side. Dialed up a 796. Mike Jones, we're loading you up. We need you to your car. Mike Jones, you need to be to your car now, please. Driver 8325. Driver 8325. We need you to your car now, please. Brandon in control on this end. Brandon going to pick up the win. 798 with a 1 on a 96. 14 on the hit. Cole was 40. Dead on with a 4. Margin of victory, 0097. That brings up Lucas Gordy over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 794. Chase Huber here at Tower Side, dialed up a 795. Lucas sitting number 11 in the point standings. Chase number 2 with 275 in his pocket. Lucas sitting on 123 points. Chase 37 at the hit. Can't get it done. 799 with a 9 on a 95. Lucas 54 on this end, runs a 96 with a 6 on a 94. Margin of victory 0061. Haley Pumphrey over there in the Outten Brothers lane dialed up a 790. Carlo over here, Dorsey dialed up a 790 also. Turns a 001 red, giving the win to Haley. Haley's going to run down there a 791 with a 1 on a 790. Carlo runs down there a 797 with a 3. We're going to give the win over to Haley. Braxton Hazard over there in the Outten Brothers lane, up against Ella Ketterman here Tower Side. Ella got an 821 on the dial-in board. Braxton's dialed up a 794. Ella sitting number 1 on top of the points with 284. Braxton sitting in that number 5 spot with 260. He would really like to take Ella out here. 4th out, separate him on the hit. Who's it going to be? Braxton picks up the win. Dead on with a 5, 65 on the hit. Ella runs 3 above, 69 on this end. And that's going to do it for our junior dragster round. We're getting ready to move into our first round of Beach Custom Services no box cars. And here we go. First round. Beach Customs no box cars. Benny Parkinson over there in the Outten Brothers lane dialed up a 676. Cody gonna dial the same thing, 676. Cody Jones here in the Nova. Benny over there in the Camaro. Gonna have a little heads up action here. Cody going to turn it red, give the win to Benny. Benny runs it out the back, 672 with an 8 on a 76, 19 on the hit. Cody runs down here a 665 with a 9 on a 676. Next up, Josh Phelps over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 589. Jeff Satan here, tower side, dialed up a 525. First call going out to Pro Stick Cars to 3 and 4. Pro Stick Cars to 3 and 4, please. Once again, Pro Stick Cars, 3 and 4. Phelps, 005 on the hit. Phelps picks up the win. Give him a 9-pack. Jeff runs it out, 23 with a 1 on a 25, 31 at the hit. Margin of victory, 0-0-3-8. Next up, Ben Snuffer over there in Monte Carlo. Rick Abbott Jr. here, tower side in the pickup. Rick trip zip on the hit in the pickup. What's he going to do with it on the other end? He's going to pick up a win. 11-13 with an 0 on 11-08. Ben, 744 with a 9 on a 693. Next up, Michael Jefferson over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 640. Up against Larry Garcia here, tower side, dialed up a 641. Once again, I need my Pro Stick Cars to 3 and 4. Pro Stick Cars, 3 and 4, please. Jefferson, slight advantage at the hit. Jefferson going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 9, 21 at the hit. Larry runs it out, 1 under, 54 on the hit. Next up, Dustin Tebow here, actually over there in the Alton Brothers lane in the Mustang. Dialed up a 629. Brandon Cotman here, tower side, out of Princess Anne, Maryland, dialed up a 685. Could be anybody's race. Both of them a little late on the hit. Brandon going to pick up the win. 693 with a 3 on an 85. 110 at the hit. Dustin was way late. 247. Runs out. 27 with an 8 on a 29. Next up, Jason Overstreet over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 682. Up against Buddy Layfield there, tower side, dialed up a 665. Layfield could be in trouble. Jason, 003 on the hit. Jason couldn't get it done. Give it back to him down there. Buddy's 666 with a 4 on a 65, 41 at the hit. Jason was 003 on this end, runs at 87 with a 6 on an 82. Margin of victory, 0-0-4-1. And that brings up Jacob Bowie over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 602. Ronald Nichols here, tower side, dialed up a 667. Bowie sitting at number 6 in the point standings. Like to better that up here today. Billy in control. Billy going to pick up the win. 04 with a 5 on an 02, 25 at the hit. Ronald was 50 on the let go, 68 with a 1 on a 67. Next up, Billy Collinsworth here, tower side, dialed up a 750. Chris Keller over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 615. Chris turns it 18 red, gives the win to Billy. Billy's going to run down there 759 with a 0 on a 750, 80 at the hit. Chris 620 with a 3 on a 15, Buddy turns it 18 red. Next up, John Parks over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 644. Jeff Davenport here, tower side in the Tire King machine, dialed up a 676. Trip zip for Jeff. What's he going to do with it on the other end? He's going to turn it into a win. 681 with a 2 on a 676. Parks was 74 on the hit. Runs down there a 46 with a 7 on a 44. Jeff moving on to the next round. Next up, Ben Garnett over there in the 71 Maverick. Dialed up a 561. Bruce Willis here in the Buick. Dialed up a 640. Garnett sitting in that number 7 spot with 203 points. Would really like to go some rounds here today. Control. Garnett picks up the win. Dead on with a 1. Give him a 33 pack. Bruce was dead on with a 4 with 66 on the let go. Next up, Joshua Parker over there in the Camaro, dialed up a 782. Tevis Moloch here, tower side in the 89 Mustang, dialed up at 638. Tevis leaves before the third amber, gives the win over to Joshua. Joshua's 002 at the hit, runs it out the back door, 773 with an 8 on an 82. Joshua moving on to the next round. Ron Reese over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 626. Brianna Copman here, tower side, dialed up a 655. Ron ferries de Nova over from Cape May, New Jersey. Ron turns it 18 red. Brianna 001 at the hit. Runs a 659 with a 3 on a 655. Next up, Dave Keaton over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 591. Danielle Ream here, tower side, dialed up a 777. Keaton with the advantage. Keaton going to pick up the win, 604 with a 0. 38 on the hit. Danielle was a little late, dead on with a 7. Next up, Lewis Pullock here at tower side, dialed up at 825. Vincent Wade over there in the far lane, dialed up a 610. Missed it. Vincent was all over it. Runs down there a 623 with a 2 on a 610. Vincent moving on to the next round. Next up, Brian Hudson over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 603. Jerome Norwood here, tower side in the S10, dialed up a 634. Hudson going to pick up the win. Jerome had some issues here on the starting line. Hudson runs down there a 606 with a 2 on a 603. 83 on the let go. Next up, Bill Foster over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 632. Andy Stanley here at tower side, dialed up a 677. Bill going to pick up the win. Stanley turns it red. Bill going to run down there a 634 with a 1 on a 32. Foster moving on. Next up, Nicholas Bowie over there in the S10, dialed up a 643. Dwayne Hitch over here in his S10, dialed up a 668. Double breakout win going to Nicholas Bowie. 42 with a 6 on a 43. 66 at the hit. Dwayne was 47 on this end. Runs a 67 with a 5 on a 68. Margin of victory, 0-0-1-7. Next up, Steve Long over there in the Alton Brothers lane. Dialed up a 683 on the Mustang. Going up against Raheem Gladden here, tower side on the two-wheeler. Dialed up a 553. Steve could be in trouble. And he is. Raheem picks up the win. Runs a 54 with a 5 on a 53, 11 on the hit. Steve was 97 on this end. Runs an 86 with an 8 on an 83. Rob Hicks over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 688. Brian Dennis here, tower side, dialed up a 708. Brian turns it 17 red. Give the win to Rob. Rob's going to run down there a 690 with a 1 on a 688. Was 129 on this end. Brian runs it out 706 with a 5 on a 08. But he goes a little on the wrong side. Brian will be moving on to the buyback window. Next up, Tony Farlow over there in the Outen Brothers lane on the two-wheeler. Dialed up a 715. Going up against Crystal Hudson here at Tower Side. 610 on the dial-in board. Crystal with the advantage. Crystal going to pick up the win. Double breakout. Crystal 609 with a 7 on a 610. 61 on the hit. Tony was 134 on this end. 96 with a 0 on a 715. Next up, John Henderson over there in the Outen Brothers lane dialed up a 757. Brett Cannon here Tower Side dialed up a 686. Give the win to John. John, 1 above with a 1, 21 on the let go. Brett runs it out, 683 with a 0 on an 86. Cody Mariner over there in the Outen Brothers lane dialed up a 552. Danny Huff here Tower Side in the Tesla dialed up a 751. Cody's sitting number 5 in the point standings. Danny turns it 74 red. Give the win to Cody Mariner. Cody's going to run it out in the back, I'm sure. Nope. Runs a 556 with a 0 on a 52. 49 on this end. Next up, David Hornsby here in the LZ Septic lane dialed up a 630 in the Nova. Brian Riebert over there. No, that's not Brian Riebert over there. Is it? Okay, so Brian Riebert got him a little pick-em-up over there. Dialed up in 877. Haven't seen him in that thing before. Slight advantage, but he can't get it done. Hornsby, 631 with a 3 on a 30. 130 on the hit. Riebert was 99 on this end. Runs an 82 with a 3 on a 77. Jamie Arlington over there in the Outen Brothers lane dialed up a 610. Jay Bear here Tower Side dialed up 740. Jay Bear going to pick up the win. 84 on the hit. Runs down there 746 with a 7 on a 40. Jamie 127 on the wrong side. Pro stick, 3 and 4, load them up. Pro Stick drivers in 3 and 4. Let's go ahead and get them loaded up. Dale Smith over there in the Alton Brothers lane dialed up a 714 on the Camaro. Paul Riddle Jr. here tower side got a 637 on his Camaro. Dale turns it 23 to the wrong side, gives the win to Riddle. Riddle 22 on the hit. Runs down there a 637 with a 6 on a 37. Want to give a big shout out to all the spectators out here today. It's really nice to sit here and look out and see the stands with some people in them. It's usually on our bracket nights we don't get many spectators. So it's really nice to see you all out there on this beautiful Sunday. And here we go with our next pair. John Matten here, tower side, dialed up a 618. Bryce Cornish over there in the Alton Brothers lane dialed up a 602. I'm sorry, that's John Matera here, tower side, 618 on the window of that 69 Nova. 5 thou separate them at the hit. Cornish going to run out, giving the win over to John. John dead on with a 6, give him a 36 pack. Cornish 35 on the hit, 1 under with an 8. Margin of victory 0-0-8. Next up, Tim Foskey over there in the Alton Brothers lane dialed up a 632. Going up against Ronald Nichols here, tower side. In the 81 Malibu, dialed up a 667. With the advantage Ronald going to pick up the win. 68 with a 9 on a 67. 002 at the hit. Falsky was 63 on this end. One above with a 7. But couldn't get it done. Falsky will be visiting the buyback window. Brianna Cotman here at Tower Side dialed up a 655. Jonathan Henry over there in the Outten Brothers lane dialed up a 744. Brianna, 001 on the hit. Can she keep the advantage? She cannot. She cannot run the number. She runs a 65 with a 3 on a 55. Jonathan with 35 on this end, one above with a 9. Jonathan moving on to the next round. Next up, Charles Cathell over there in the T-Bird, dialed up a 660. Lou Pullock here at Tower Side, dialed up at 818. Wheels up for Charlie, but he goes a little bit too early. Lou going to pick up the win. A 39 with a 3 on an 18. 206 on this end. And here's our buyback. Buy run. Yeah, I'll get it right. Buy run. Dave Heaton here, Tower Side in the S10, dialed up a 649. $13 on the let go for Dave. Runs a 52 with an 8 on a 49. Round. First call out, going to top ET to lanes 1 and 2. Top ET, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. I mean, Mr. Wayne Patton behind the tower. Wayne Patton, you are my wait and see by. Once again, top boxcars to lanes 1 and 2. Here we go, Joe White and John Stolas. Who's it going to be? Give it to Joe White. 934 with a 1 on a 910, 42 on the hit. John runs a 1003 on a 1099. Dan Holler over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up at 1052, going up against Eric Kitchen here at Tower Side, dialed up of 942. With the advantage of this end. Eric Kitchen going to pick up the win. 944 with a 7 on a 42, 21 on the let go. Margin of victory 0077. Dan Holler, 1 above with a 4. 41 on the let go. Chuck Gassman over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 920. John Gutner here, tower side, 909 on the window. On the GTO. 3 thou separate them at the hit. Looks like the Gozer. Chuck had some issues there. John gonna pick up the win. Runs down here a 909 with a 6 on a 909. Next up, Jim Stugart here at tower side in the Pinto. Freddie Leland over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 929. Freddie's going to pick up the win. John has a little issues here on this end. Freddie runs down here at 1031 with a 1 on a 929, 70 at the hit. Jim was 85 on the let go, but looks like he got out of the groove there a little bit. Howie Reese over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up at 1032. Ronald Ward here, tower side in the 79 Mustang, dialed up at 903. Ronald going to turn it red, give the win to Howie. Howie runs it down here at 1032 with a 2 on a 1032. Giving himself a 41 pack. Tony Gennard over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up in 827. Mark Casella here, tower side in the 63 Falcon, dialed up in 849, but he goes out a little bit early. Give the win to Tony. Tony's going to run it out the back door at 825 with a 3 on a 27. Mark runs down here dead on with a 9, but was a little bit on the red side. Next up, John Voschel over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up in 888. Danny Hutton here tower side, dialed up a 902 in the Chevy 2. Danny with the advantage. What can he do with it on the other end? He's going to pick up a win. 912 with a 3 on a 902, 36 on the hit. John was 299 up on this end. Runs an 890 with a 4 on an 88. Terry Weber over there in the far lane in the 67 Camaro, dialed up at 987. Andy Chicala here, tower side, dialed up at 825 in the Mustang. Andy going to pick up the win. Terry turns at 67 on the wrong side. Andy hits the tree with a 32. Runs out down there at 825 with a 9 on a 25. Next up, Ronald Miller in the 72 Nova, dialed up at 1032. We're just going to call him Richie S over here in the 69 Camaro. He's dialed up at 943. Richie going to pick up the win. Turn 65 on the wrong side. Richie's going to run down there a 9:44 with an 8 on a 43. Next up, Russ White here, tower side, dialed up a 9:28 in the 68 GTO. That is not, I did that again. Yeah, it is. Larry Dormer over there in the Camaro, dialed up a 9:68. Russ in control with the hit. Russ White going to pick up the win. 9:38 with a 6 on a 9:28. 80 at the let go. Dermer, 9:78 with a 0 on a 9:68. And that's my man Bill G. That's why we call it Bill G over there in the Monte Carlo, dialed up at 9:69. Going to pick up the win, dialed at 8:58. Runs down there in 8:67 with a 7. Bill turns a 002 red. Runs dead on with a 2. Will not like the looks of that ticket. Clarence Ford over there in the Fairlane, dialed up in 8:46. Dean Lee here, tower side in the 70 Camaro, dialed up at 9:59. Once again, I need my top box cars to lanes 1 and 2. Top box cars to lanes 1 and 2. 005 on the hit for Dean. Dean's going to pick up the win. Runs down there at 9:63 with a 3 on a 9:59. 005 at the hit. Clarence was 175 at this end. Runs a 60 with a 4 on a 46. Next up, Kevin Wentz over there in the 69 Camaro out of Hagerstown, Maryland, dialed up at 9:67. Colton Kirchner here, over here, tower side in the 76 Mazda, dialed up at 8:79. Colton going to pick up the win. 8:79 with a 4 on a 79. 43 at the hit. Kevin was 30 on this end. Runs 2 above with a 0. Margin of victory 0-0-3-1. Next up, Larry Garcia here, tower side, dialed up a 905 on the Corvette. Paul Riddle over there in the Copo Camaro, dialed up at 949. Riddle. Gonna get it done. 953 with an 8 on a 949. 16 on this end. Larry was 107, runs out. 02 with a 9 on an 05. Next up, Dave Slusher here, tower side, in the 78 Malibu, coming to us from Inwood, West Virginia, dialed up in 870. John Hayslip over there in the Outen Brothers lane in the 70 Camaro, got a 928 on the window. Slusher, 005 at the hit. John, 45. Dave going to pick up the win. 883 with a 7 on an 870. John, 987 with an 8 on a 28. And that will be the end of our Pro Stick first round.
Attention in the pits. If you have lost a blue insulated blanket, it was found in the lanes or in the road back there. You can find it on the second floor of the tower. And we found a silver ring with some little studs in it. Looks like a men's ring. We found that on the racetrack. So if you've lost that, you can come up to the second floor of the tower. Okay, those drivers, the drivers that have doubled, we will call you back for your double entry. So run your first entry and then wait to be called for your second entry. For top only. Top only. All right, drivers, attention again. Top eliminator only. If you are doubled in top, come out for your first entry and then wait for us to call the second entry. I'm sorry, that was for buybacks. I apologize. It is for first round. Top eliminator doubles. Run your first entry. We will call you for your second entry.
Also, don't forget, if you need a cool, refreshing drink, the concession stand down there is opened up. We got the hookup down there serving some good food. Chubby's is down there serving up some good food. Got the snowball trailer here behind the tower. Real great to see this crowd out here today. A lot of new faces, old faces I haven't seen in a while. So we're about wrapped up here with track prep. So drivers, if you want to get near your cars, we're going to get into the first round here very shortly. On this beautiful Sunday, celebrating 60 years here at US 13 Dragway. And we still have a few 60th anniversary t-shirts down there to the fuel shack, various sizes. So run down there and pick you up a 60th anniversary t-shirt. Down there in the fuel station. Once again, just want to throw this out there. If you're not 16 and a licensed driver, you cannot be operating any pit vehicles. That includes golf carts, dirt bikes, mini bikes, anything with a motor on it. So if you're on one, let's please park it. Don't need any insurance issues here, because you're not covered if there is an accident. Mark finishing up, putting some sticky down. My man Taco out there laying down some rubber. Also, want to put this out there. Drivers, when you're coming back up the return road, let's do it at a nice speed. We have children running around here today, so let's keep it down as you're coming up the return road. I know everybody's in a hurry to get back to their trailers and everything, but be respectful for all the people and spectators we have here today. So let's try and keep the speed down as we're coming through the pits here today. Please. And here we go. First round, as Jerry calls them, super cars coming at you. So here we go. First pair. Boxcars. Rolling into the water. First up, Larry McGowan over there in the long and skinny, dialed up a 498. Jordan McCann here, tower side in the Nova, dialed up a 674. Jordan with a slight advantage at the hit. Jordan going to pick up the win. 676 with a 7 on a 74, 006 on the hit. Larry 11 on the let go, runs it out. 96 with a 9 on a 98. Next up, Mike DeLorenzo over there with 585. Billy Groden here, tower side, dialed up a 746. Billy could be in trouble. Billy is in trouble. DeLorenzo, 008 on the let go. One above with a 2. Billy, 20 on this end. 46 with a 4 on a 46. Margin of victory, 0046. Next up, Fred Rogers here in the Elsie Septic Lane, dialed up a 489. Going up against Brandon Layfield over there in his dad's truck in the S10, dialed up a 771. Brandon with the advantage. Double breakout win going to Brandon. 70 with a 5 on a 71. 19 on the let go. Fred was 40 on this end. 83 with a 5 on an 84. Next up, Darren Roten over there in the Chevelle. Dialed up a 593. Wayne Patton over here in the S10. Dialed up a 558. Darren, 001 on the hit. Wayne, 15. Darren going to pick up the win. Give him a 10-pack. 11-pack, yeah, I'm sorry, 11-pack. 001 on the hit, 94 with a 0 on a 93. Wayne dead on with a 4. 15 at the hit. Margin of victory, 0082. Wayne will be coming around to make his... run his next number. Next up, Brandon Ennis over there in the Outten Brothers Lane, dialed up a 482. Philip Truitt here, tower side, dialed up a 679. Unusual for Philip there, turns it 13 red. Brandon 11 on the hit. Brandon going to pick up the win. Runs down here a 555 with a 1 on an 84. Up next, Doug Milner. Dialed up a 749. Mike Huber here, tower side. Dialed up a 534. Control. Milner going to pick up the win. One above with a 7. 17 on the let go. Mike was 24 on this end. Dead on with a 5. Margin of victory 0054. Next up, Brian Foster here, tower side. Dialed up a 629. Trey Aniston over there, dialed up a 724. Foster picks up the win. 631 with a 2 on a 629. 006 on the let go. Trey was 14 on this end. 26 with a 5 on a 23. Keaton going to pick up the win. Mike Moore turns it 009 red. Keaton runs a 90 with a 9 on a 91. Next up, Jason Overstreet. Dialed up a 666. Up against Bobby Bladen here at Tower Side, dialed a 544. Separate him at this end. Breakout win going to Jason Overstreet. 68 with a 2 on a 66. 004 on the let go. Bobby was 008 on this end. 42 with a 2 on a 44. Next up, Jimmy Dunn here at Tower Side in the El Camino, dialed up a 559. Rob Weltner Jr. over there in the Mustang, dialed up a 621. Another pair of good lights. Weltner picks up the win, dead on with a 7. Give him a 10-pack. Jimmy, 009 on the let go. 2 above. Couldn't get there. Next up, Stephen Truitt, Tower Side in the LZ Septic lane. Dialed up a 581. Jay Parrott over there in the Outten Brothers lane. In the Corvette, dialed up a 599. Truitt with the advantage. Truitt going to pick up the win. 82 with a 9 on an 81. 14 on the let go. Jay was 43 on this end. Dead on with a 3. Couldn't make it happen. Next up, Trip Clow over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 635. Going up against Frank LeCates here at Tower Side. Dialed up a 453. Frank, he was our Bad 8 open wheel winner there last night here. Frank sitting number 7 in points. Trip number 15. Trip would love to go some rounds here today. Because today is the last day of points racing for the WDRA. With the advantage. Frankie going to pick up the win. 57 with a 7 on a 53. 006 on a let go. Trip was 70 on this end. 39 with a 1 on a 35. Next up, Vernon Powell over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 477. I have a no name on file yet here for the Tower Side, dialed up a 691. Pick up with an advantage. Double breakout win going to Vernon. 475 with a 6 on a 477. 69 on the let go. The pickup, 33 on this end, runs a 689 with a 1 on a 691. Up next, Don Thomas over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 581. Kevin Parks over here in the Camaro. Dialed up a 638. With the advantage. Double breakout win going to Thomas. 580 with a 1 on an 81. 14 on the let go. Kevin was 69 on this end. Runs down there a 32 with an 8 on a 38. Next up, David Tyler over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Got a 566 on the Nova. Lou Pollock here, tower side. Got a 673 on the Camaro. Lou, 007 on the let go. But he can't turn it into a win. Double breakout win going to David. 562 with a 3 on a 566. 35 on the let go. Lou was 007. Runs down there a 664 with a 3 on a 673. Next up, Mike Larkin over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 769. Mike Parcino, I believe that's how you say it. Sparacino, Mike Paracino. In the Thunderbird, dialed up a 610. Larkin with the advantage. Larkin going to pick up the win. 74 with a 3 on a 69, 16 on the let go. Mike was 25, but he couldn't run the number. 44 with a 5 on a 10. Next up, Jerry Birchfield Sr. here, tower side, out of Baltimore, Maryland. Dialed up a 539 on the Camaro. Clark Howe dialed up a 608 over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Clark sitting number 13 in the points chase. Birchfield could be in trouble. Birchfield is. Give the win to Clark. Clark dead on with a 4. 13 on the let go. Jerry was 38 on this end. Runs 1 above with a 0. Next up, Eddie Savage, tower side. Dialed up a 478. Dalton Weltner over there in the S10 dialed up a 603. Eddie sitting number 5 in the points chase. He's racked up 232 points here this year for the WDRA Super Series. Weltner out in front. Weltner gonna break out. Give the win to Eddie Savage. Savage dead on with a 4. 28 on the let go. Dalton was 11 on this end, but he went 2 under. Next up, W.R. Ketterman here, tower side. Dialed up a 455. Going up against Brooks Moore over there in the 67 Camaro. Dialed up a 622. Dubs turns it 3 red, gives the win to Brooks Moore. Brooks, 20 on the let go, runs down here a 24 with a 3 on a 22. Next up, Billy Thomas over there in the Outten Brothers lane in the short and skinny, dialed up a 465. Going up against Alan Clayville here, Tower Side in the Blazer, dialed up a 711. Two fouls separate them at the... Who's it going to be on the other end? Give it to Billy Thomas. Dead on with a 9, giving him a 13 pack. Allen was 002, 2 above, actually 3 above. Couldn't get it done. Next up, Brian Churchwell over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 678. Up against Jeff Egel here, Tower Side. Churchwell going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 4, 49 on this end. Jeff, 88. Runs down there a 90 with a 9 on a 78. That's going to bring up Glenn Reese here, Tower Side in the LZ Septic lane. Dialed a 478 up against Neil Hubert over there in the Monte Carlo. Dialed up a 593. Three fouls separate him at the hit. Neil going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 3. Give him a 26 pack. Look at the margin of victory. 0-0-0-2. Glenn was 20 on the let go. Dead on with a 6. Neil was dead on with a 3 at 23 on the let go. Next up, Hank Usselton over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 647. Going up against Vanetta Ennis here, Tower Side. Dialed up a 466. Little staging duel happening here. Nobody wants to go in first. Sarge, he's just going to let them sit there, burn each other down. So we wait. They're going to sit there. Just burn her down. Burn them down. Let them go. Wonder if I got enough time to go grab a sandwich. And we sit here, still. Who's going to run out of fuel first? That's the question. Vanetta bumps it in finally. Hank's going to follow. Here we go. Vanetta with the advantage. Vanetta picks up the win. 67 with a 5 on a 66. 17 on the let go. Hank was 41. One above with a 3. Next up, Jerry Birchfield Jr. here, tower side. Dialed up a 440. So is Ben Calhoun over there, dialed up a 440. Give the win to Ben. 44 with a 7 on a 40. 11 at the let go. Jerry was a little late, 51. One above with a 3. Margin of victory, 0-0-6-1. Next up, Chad Thurman over there in the Out and Brothers lane, dialed up a 580 on the S10. Tommy Ketterman here, tower side, dialed up a 473. Chad going to hand the win over to Tommy. 16 on the wrong side. Tommy, 18 on the let go. Runs it out the back door. 71 with an 8 on a 73. Thurman runs it 2 above with an 8. Next up, Brett Jones over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 5:14. Up against Johnny Crayola Myers out of Glen Burnie, Maryland, in the 85 Thunderbird, dialed up a 5:51. Johnny sitting 17th in the points chase. Brett's in trouble. Johnny gonna pick up the win. 52 with a 6 on a 51. 10 on the let go. Brett was 45 on this end. Dead on with a 7. Next up, Paul Riddle, Tower Side. 636, Austin Powell, over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up 509. Slight advantage. Can't get it done. Give the win to Austin Powell. Austin, 11 with a 4 on an 09, 32 on a let go. Paul was 19 on this end. Runs a 40 on a 36. Margin of victory, 0-0-3. Next up, Christian Walston over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 488. Tyler Ryan here, Tower Side. Dialed up a 615. Christian gonna pick up the win. Dead on with a 4. Give him an 11 pack. Tyler, 20 on the let go. 18 with a 1 on a 15. Alex Bradford up here next. Dialed up a 482 in the long and skinny. Mark Mandley here, Tower Side in the Chevy 2, dialed up a 601. Alex sitting number 11 in the points chase. Going to pick up the win. Mark turns it 11 red. Alex 10 on the hit. Runs it out the back door. 481 with a 3 on a 482. Next up, Mike Jones over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed a 464. Going up against Josh Nichols over here in the LZ Septic lane, dialed a 778. Separate him at the hit. Gives a breakout win to Josh Nichols. 22 on the let go. Dead on with an 8. Jones 19 on this end. 63 with a 9 on a 64. Next up, Chris Wigfall over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed a 509. Going up against Mike Larkin here, Tower Side, dialed up a 488. Larkin, 001 on the hit. Larkin going to pick up the win. One above. Wigfall, 18 on the let go. One's a 511 with a 2 on a 509. Larkin throws down an 11 pack. Next up, Paul Riddle here, Tower Side. Dialed up a 498. Bryce Cornish over there in the S10. Dialed up a 599. Riddle sitting 18th in the points chase here today. With the advantage. Cornish going to pick up the win with a double, with a breakout. Cornish 601 with a 4 on a 599. 23 at the let go. Paul was 35 on this end. Runs a 495 with a 5 on a 98. Next up, Dave Slusher Jr. here, Tower Side. Out of Charlestown, West Virginia in the S10, dialed up a 644. Up against Ben Parks over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 511. Control, but he couldn't get it done. Parks, 12 with a 6 on 11, 43 on the let go. Dave was 18 on this end, couldn't run the number. 48 with a 2 on a 44. Margin of victory, 0015. Top doubles, I need you back to 3 and 4. Double entry, doubles. Up top to lanes 3 and 4. Top doubles, 3 and 4. Top doubles, to lanes 3 and 4, please. Jerry Ketterman to the tower, please. Jerry Ketterman, I need you to the tower, please. Sportsman, the lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman's the lanes 1 and 2, please.
Ketterman, put your headset on, please. Jerry Ketterman. And attention in the crowd, the go-kart slick track will be open until 6. So it will close in about 20 minutes. If you want to get another quick ride before you leave for the day, they will be open until 6. Sportsmen to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsmen to lanes 1 and 2. Top doubles to 3 and 4. Top doubles to 3 and 4. Top doubles, load up. Top doubles, load up. Matthew Coble in the left lane, dialed 505. Bill Blank Jr. in the right lane, dialed 576. Bill Blank with an 019 red. Matthew Coble will go to the next round. Corey Dorsey in the left lane, dialed 521. Alan Glatt in the right lane, dialed 445. Wayne Patton behind the tower. Wayne Patton behind the tower. To the next round. Doubles, load up. Doubles, load up. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Brandon Layfield in the left lane, dialed 594. Doug Milner in the right lane, dialed 545. Doug Milner, 005 red, gives Brandon Layfield the win on to the next round. Trey Eggleston in the left lane, dialed 712. Jordan McCann in the right lane, dialed 674. Let's see who's going to make it at the top end. Jordan McCann with the win. 675 with a 2 on a 74. Got Rob Weltner Jr. in the left lane, dialed 621. Billy Groton with a 746 in the right lane. Billy Groton with the advantage of reaction time. Let's see what happens at top end. And Billy dead on with a 9. Coming up, Mike DiLorenzo in the left lane, dialed 586. Tyler Ryan with a 616. Okay, DiLorenzo is staged. Let's see what we've got. Ooh, Tyler Ryan had something in his box wrong. DiLorenzo will go on to the next round. Left lane, Billy Thomas, 465. Nick McGowan with a 496. must have had something wrong in his box. Nick McGowan on to the next round. Pro Bike lane 5 for round 1. Pro Bike lane 5 for round 1. Sportsman should be in 1 and 2. Sportsman in 1 and 2. Sportsman, load up. Sportsman, load up. Pro Bike lane 5. Pro Bike to lane 5. Dalton Weltner in the left lane, dialed 601. Darren Roden in the right with a 594. His last pass, I believe he had a 5-pack. I believe this is both of their second entries. Dalton Weltner with the advantage. But he runs out by 14 10,000ths. Brooks Moore in the left lane, 624. Chad Thurman, 581 in the right lane. Pro Bike lane 5. Pro Bike lane 5. It's our third call, guys. Come on. Chad Thurman with a 004. He's got the advantage, and he wins with it. He'll go on to the next round. Left lane, we have coming up Steve Ryan, down to 624. Wayne Patton, down to 557 in the truck. Steve Ryan the win. Steve was 002 red, but he was red second.
Yeah, we're on hold here a few minutes, folks. Got a little paper jam here with the printer. Got to have that. Working on it best we can, and we'll get into the Sportsman. Pro Bike, we need you to 5. Pro Bike should be to 5. Sportsman, you should be ready to go as soon as we get this printer ready to go. Well, thank everybody for coming out the day, the weekend. Appreciate it very much. Off up in the hot last 3 days for everybody, so appreciate it. Good turnout of the spectators today. I think they had a good turnout back there in the show car area, and quite a few racers have spent the night and stayed to race with us. So I want to thank them for all that they do and come and make it a trip, the effort to get here. And if you're traveling much, be safe. Traffic's crazy out there. But appreciate you coming. Always appreciate it. We love tourists at 13. Attention sportsman racers, you can only dial 11 flat. You can only dial 11 flat. That is the ET cutoff for sportsman. So 11 flat sportsman. Like I said, we need Pro Bike to 5. All right, here we go. First round of Sportsman today. Tire King Sportsman. Freddie T-Bolt, you will have the buy if there is one. Freddie T-Bolt IX35 in your Ranger pickup. So here we go. Pro bike, we're missing some guys. We need you to lane 5, please. Pro bike, lane 5. Try to come as quick as you can when we call you. We'd love to keep the show moving the best we can. Getting late for everyone. All right, first pair up. Evan Marlowe over in far lane, dial 1375. Roman Shirtbeck here in the tower lane, dial 1295. What is All right, Mr. Sharbeck had problems with his burnout. Mr. Marlowe been waiting patiently for him. Like I said, Evan dialed 1375, tower lane dialed 1295. He goes red, Evan goes red, 012 red. So Lynn goes to Sharbeck in the tower lane. Next up, far lane dial 11 flat, tower lane, Mr. Gary Stickles dial 1280. Steve Messick over there in the far lane. Advantage Stickles. And it worked for Mr. Gary. Goes 1289 with a 2 on the 1280, had a 038 light. And Messick goes 1115 with a 7 on 11 flat dial, had a 177. Next up, John Elias in the far lane, dial 1215. Bill Bradford here in the tower lane, dial 1176 in his monitor. And Elias goes 018 red, giving the win to Mr. Bradford here in the tower lane. He'll move to the next round. Our next pair to a new far lane dialed 1220. Tower lane, Elsley septic lane dialed 1630 in the Mustang. John Davis, I believe, is in that far lane over there in the Gremlin. And the Mustang is having some trouble off the starting line. Davis drives on by. See if he's paying enough attention, make the win. And he does. Goes 1216 with a 6 on a 1220, had a 67 light. So he'll move another round into the Sportsman today. All right, here we go. Nissan Pathfinder there in the Alton Brothers lane dialed 1623. Here in the Septic Tower lane dialed 1245 in the Camaro. Quite a field of sportsmen today. Come out for the show and like to race a little bit while they're here. And we're tickled to have them. All right, Nissan's off. And the Camaro is off. Lights are kind of close. And the Camaro puts it together, goes 12:53 with 8 on a 12:45. He had a 1:59 late. The Nissan was 16:29 with an 8 on a 16:23, but he had a 5 something late. So the Camaro moves to another round. And here we go, the next pair up over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 15 flat. Danny Huff here in the tower lane, dial 1176. His Tesla. And Mr. Huff with his Tesla goes 12:18 with a 3 on 1176. He had a 135 late. In the far lane went 1595 with a 2 on a 15 dial, but he had a 241. And Mr. Huff and his Tesla move another round. Jay Perry over there in the far lane in the Chevy 2 dialed 1262, and Sonny Williams here in the tower lane dialed 1646 in his Mercedes. That's my kind of race car. And Parrott goes 005 red, giving the win to Williams. He was 072 at the start. And he goes 16-13 with a 6 on a 1646. Picked up a bunch, but he picks up the win. That's all that matters to him. Arlene Fred Nodginger in his 72 Corvette, I believe, dialed 1210. And Danny Parks here in his 12 Camaro dialed 1494. Pair of green lights, both lanes. And the far lane picks up the win, goes 12-16 with a 3 on a 12-10 dial. He was 066. And Parks runs out, goes 14-88 with a 4 on a 14-94. He was 092 at the start, and it cost him on the other end. Here we go, Sarah Davis over there in the Alton Brothers far lane, dial 1165. And unknown here in the tower lane is S10, dial 11 flat. Stick to 1 and 2, please. Second round, pro stick to 1 and 2, please. And Sarah has a good light. Can she make it all happen down the other end? And she runs out. Goes 12-14. Anyway, the win goes to the tower lane. Urias Shockley over in the far lane is Charger, dial 1415. And here in the tower lane, it is Nova, dial 1280. Like I said, we need those pro stick to lane 1 and 2 for your second round, please. And they're both off. Slight advantage to the tower. And the win goes to Mr. Shockley here in the far lane, dial with a 1420 with an 8 on a 1415. He had a late, but it worked for him. And our next pair was Lyle Jarrett in the old Monza, dial 11 flat. Brent Dollaway here in the LZ Septic Tower lane, dial 1364. Advantage tower lane. And Tower Lane makes it work. Goes 1374 with a 1 on a 1364. Yeah, 127 late. Parrott runs out, goes 1045 on a 11 flat. He was 244 late at the start. Next pair up, far lane in the new Camaro, dial 1220. And here in the Tower Lane, Miss Kathy Taylor and her Charger, dial 1385. If you want to get started in racing, this is mainly where you want to start, right here with the Sportsman. Drive your street car in here and got the safety equipment, put a dial in on and go out there and have some fun. And red light over there in the far side. So the win moves to Kathy Taylor, and she'll move to the next round of Sportsman. And she ran out. She goes 1364 with a 6 on a 1385. Had a 92 late, and she'll move to the next round. Jeremiah Arlington over there in the far lane in his Vega, dial 11 flat. Ray Estep here in the Tower Lane, dial 1224, 1225 in his S10. Gentlemen, I know it's warm, but please don't have your air conditioning on, please. You're dripping water on the line, and that's reason for a disqualification. Please turn your air conditioning off. Like I say, pro stick, second round pro stick, you should be to 1 and 2. Mr. Arlington over there in the far lane is Vega against Mr. Ray Estep here in the S10. About 1225 in the Tower Lane. Arlington is Vega. 98 green and runs the quarter mile. There's 1190 with a 0 on 11 flat. He was 098. But Mr. Epstein here in the Tower Lane was red. All right, far lane in the Monza over there in Altenbro's lane, dial 11 flat. And here in the S10 in the Tower Lane, dial 1150. Both are green and close. And the wind goes to the far lane over there. It goes 1220 with a 1225 with a 0 at 11 flat. It was 287. And the Tower Lane run out with 1144 with 1150 dial. Next pair up, Mr. Jeff Richardson, far lane in his S10 pickup, dial 1244. Mr. Bob Oder here in the Tower Lane, dial 1370 in his old Falcon, 62 Falcon. Yeah, that's what I'm calling. Lights are fairly close. Can the S10 chase him down? And he does. Jeff goes 1262 with a 3 on a 1244. He was 117. And the Falcon goes 1463 with a 5 on a 1390 dial. He had a 181 light. So Richardson picks up the win, moves to the next round. Another old school car, the old 57 Chevy over there in the far lane. Dial 1352. Gentleman just bought that, I heard. And here in the tower lane in the Nova, dial 1250. And he goes red over in the far lane in the 57. We're going to go here to the Nova. He's 062 green. And he goes 1306 with a 1250. Attention in the pits. If anybody has found a brown wallet anywhere on the property, be greatly appreciated if you bring it to the second floor of the tower. A brown wallet. The owner would love to have it back. Bring it to the second floor of the tower. Help the gentleman out. Thank you. Here we go, next pair up. Far lane, Alton Brothers lane, dial 14 flat. Faith Hudson here in the LZ Septic lane, dial 1195. Pro Bike, gentlemen, we need you. Pro Bike, we need you, lane 5. Faith Hudson picks up the win, goes 11.98 with a 5 on 11.95. She was 0.25 at the start, and she'll move another round. Here's our last pair. Freddie Teeble over there in his Ranger pickup, dial 1490. Brandon Layfield here in the tower lane, dial 1830. Pro Bike, you're next. If you're not there, you're late. And the win goes to Brandon Layfield. Goes 1832 with a 2 on a 1830. Had a 240 light. Freddie had a better light, but he was way behind. 1523 with 8 on a 1490 dial. 32. They pro stick cars, you should be the 1 and 2. Pro stick, you should be the 1 and 2. Our pro bikes are up next. Pro bike will be coming out. Okay, first pair up is Sam Sanders there in the far lane, dial 925. Mr. Sean Cropper here in the tower lane, about 798. Whoa. That's pretty fast to me. 798 to 925. So pretty good head start to the far lane. 798 carries a lot of speed with it. See how it chases him down. Like I say, we appreciate if somebody finds that wallet. Bring it to the second floor of the tower, please. And tower lane goes red. Is the win to the far lane. He was 020 at the start. And he picks up the win, goes 927 with a 5 on a 925 dial with a 20 light. Power lane was big time red and gives the win to Sam Sanders. Okay, I've got a slight hold up. I believe there's some debris on the track. I'm gonna go try. Yeah, they're going to try to pick that up. Right, we picked up debris and made it safe for everybody. Next pair up, Art Lawrence over here in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 865. Tony Farlow here in the LZ Scepter lane, dial 950. Big advantage to Mr. Lawrence in the far lane. I believe he drew right by him. And he picks up the win, goes 915 with a 1 on the 865. He was 006. Power lane went 1064 with a 4 on 950, and he had a 115 light. So he was behind everywhere. Give him the win to Art Lawrence. Next pair, Montrell Johnson, dial 856. Brandon Scott here in the tower lane, dial 1010. Difference at the tree. 001 over there in the far lane. And he goes right by, goes 894 with a 4 on 856. 001. Power lane was 1051 with a 2 on 1010, but he was 138 at the start. So good run for Mr. Johnson, far lane. Aaron Davis, next pair of dial 877 is Mr. Charlie Knock here in the tower lane, dial 859. So again, I want to thank everyone for coming out. In 3 days of steady racing activity, and had range issues, had heat, had it all this weekend. I want to thank Motor Mania for being here all 3 days, televising our 3-day race, our 60th anniversary race. Got new inductees into the Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Mr. Bradford. Slight advantage to Mr. Davis in the far lane. And he makes the win, goes 809 on 877. He had 41. Charlie was late at the start. It was 8:59 with a 7 on 8:59, but he was 126 at the start. Cody Van Leck, far lane against James Farmer here in the tower lane. Van Leck, far lane, dial 912. Farmer, dial 902. Tower lane has issues. Mr. Farmer has issues. And the win to go to the far lane. It goes 1075 with a 7 on a 912 dial. Big pluck. See Mark Cathell in the staging lane, please. Big pluck. See Mark Cathell in the staging lanes, please. Gavin McMichael, far lane, dial 862. Marlo Coleman, power lane, dial 1040. Lights are close. Run down to 1320. And the win goes to the far lane, goes 873 on 4 with 862, 111 light. So he'll move another round today in the Pro Bike Eliminator. Our next pair up would be Mr. John Barkovich, dial 1415 against Orlando Johnson, dial 888. Big pluck. Big pluck, see Mark Cathell in the staging lanes, please. Mr. Barkovich goes red. Here's the win here to Mr. Johnson. He's 073 green at the start. And goes 889 with 8 on the 888. Had a 73 late. Doc was 015 with a 1507 on a 1450. Next pair, Mr. Robert Steiger, dialed 983 against Alex Addy, dialed 940. Far lane is red, gives the win to Mr. Addy here in the power lane. He's 123 green, that's all that matters. And he goes down, runs out, goes a 932 with a 5 on a 940. But he was green at the start, and he'll move another round. Mr. Dave Thompson over in the far lane, dialed 950 against Randall Scott here in the tower lane, dialed 890. Win goes to Thompson, 955-3 on 950. What's that? And next pair up, Otto Wilson at far lane, dial 10 flat against Kenny Webster here in the tower lane, dial 938. Team challenge, lane 5, please. Team challenge, lane 5, please. Team challenge, lane 5. We forgot about you folks, and get there as soon as you can. We appreciate it. Pair of even lights here at the start. And the tower lane picks it up, goes 942 with a 5 on 938. He was 103. And the other lane was 1007 with a 3 on a 10 flat. He was 101. So Webster moves another round. Jeffrey Satan, far lane, dial 825 against Caitlin Webster, dial 1023 in the tower lane. Team challenge, we need you to 5, please. Team challenge. Pro stick should be to 1 and 2. Big advantage, far lane. And he takes the win, goes 836 with a 3 on the 825. He was 057. Tower lane runs out, goes 1005 with a 9 on a 1023, and he was green. That's all I'm saying. He was green. So Mr. Satan will go to the next round. Next pair, Ash Hayward, dial 10 on far lane against Jalen Mumford here in the tower lane, dial 915. Pretty even dial. Better light in the far lane, Mr. Ash. Put it together. And he does. He goes 913 with a 7 on a 910. He was 10 at the start. Mr. Mumford went 916 with a 4 on a 915, but he was behind 053 at the start.
Is that the end of Pro Pike?
Yeah, we have a few more left.
Thank you. Also, does Pro Pike have re-entry?
Yes. Yep, they all
All except Pro Stick.
do. Yep, you're correct. Thank you.
Okay.
God, we need teamwork. Help us out.
Good that.
Appreciate you folks being here very much.
We're happy to be here. It's an exciting day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a huge show with the 60th anniversary. And just tradition. I love traditions though. A lot of the racers did stay over. The first round car count was. Appreciate that very much.
Have a good day.
Okay, next pair of bikes, Stuart Northam over there, dial 862. Raheem Gladney, dial 862 in the tower lane. Attention to the pits, Jalen Bright. Jalen Bright, come to the tower, please. We have your driver's license. Jalen Bright, come to the tower, please. We've got your driver's license. Thank whoever. Goes red and has a problem. Power lane here was 005. Goes 868 with a 7 on 862, 005. So he moves another round. Okay, this pair up. Art Lawrence over in the far lane, dial 865. Tower lane, Michael Carey, dial 910.
Jayla Bright. Jayla Bright. We have your driver's license in the second floor of the tower.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Okay, that biker on top end stopped on the track, didn't get clear. We go to our next pair. Like I say, Lawrence Circular Fire Lane dial 865 and Michael Carey here in the Tower Lane dial 910. And Far Lane's red gives the win. Mr. Carey here in the Tower. He was 037 green. All matters to him, I would say. And he goes 10:53 with 8 on 9:10. He was 037 green, and he goes the next round. Next pair, Mr. John Ferguson, dial 877 Far Lane, and Mr. James Farmer here in the Tower Lane, dial 904. Slight advantage Farmer, but he has an issue again. And the Far Lane goes 917 with a 2 on 877. He was 87 light, and Farmer had problems. He was 060 at the green though, but had problems again with the transmission. Sounded like so Mr. Ferguson moved to the next round here in Pro Bike, first round Pro Bike. Next pair, Tony Farlow, Far Lane dial 1080. Montrell Johnson here in the Tower Lane dial 856. Team challenge, you should be in lane 5, please. You should be there. Close lights at the chart here. Slight advantage Far Lane. And he doesn't do it. I think he backed off and let him go. Went Tower Lane goes 981 with a 4 on 856. He was 069. And Far Lane was 1378 with an 8 on a 1080. He was better at the tree at a 047. But Mr. Johnson moves to the next round. Next pair, Mr. Charlie Knock dialed 859 and over in the Far Lane. And Tower Lane's dialed 926. Pardon? And Mr. Charlie Knock has issues on the starting line and backs off, giving the win to the Tower Lane. We a single, 926. It's Dahl. 56 at the start. And he goes 925 with a 3 on 926, 056. But he had a single, and he'll move to the next round of Pro Bike. And Mr. John Addy picks up the single here. 928 Dahl, and he's 098 at the start. Moving around some through the middle. He was 953 with a 0 on 928, had 098 start. And he moves to the next round. Yep. 10-17 junior buybacks, 3 and 4. 2-4, 10-7. 6-9-3 and 10-17-4, please. Junior buyback. And here we go. The Pro Stick, second round of Pro Stick. Dave Lee over there in the far lane in his Camaro dot 939. Mr. Eric Kitchen here in the tower lane of Chevelle, 942. Slight advantage here in the tower lane. He's double number 3 in the Chevelle. Puts a good run, goes at 950 on a 942. He was 003 at the start. And the far lane went 948 with a 5 on a 939. He was 040. The Chevelle moves another round. Tony Goddard over the far lane is Camaro dot 825. John Gunner here in the tower lane is beautiful GTO, 65 GTO, about 909. This is fun watching these guys. This is old time. It's old school. GTO goes red. For Camaro, move to the next round. Camaro goes 825 with 8 on 825. So he moves into the next round. Good pass for him. Mark Chirelli over in the Mustang dial 858, and Mr. Joe White here in the tower lane, his 65 GTO 910. Action cars is what these are, folks. These guys are shifting gears in the air. They're hitting second in the air, hanging the wheels. That's what I told you. Team challenge, load up please. Team challenge, load up. And the win goes to the tower lane. The GTO goes 914 with a 7 on a 910. He was 065. And the far lane went 964 with a 7 on 858. He had a 93 light. So the GTO will move to the next round. Team challenge, load up please. Team challenge. Next pair, Howie Rith over here in the far lane, dial 1032 against Doug Leah, dial 958 in the Camaro. The junior buybacks, the far lane's red. Junior buybacks 6-10 at lane 3 and 10-14, 10-17 and 4, please. So the win goes to the tower lane to 70 Camaro. Nice 948 with a 7 on 958. He was green 041. Another pair of action cars. Mr. Freddie Leland, I remember him 40 years ago at Capitol, 927 against Mr. Russ White here in his GTO dial 927. Even start. That's good, huh? Power lane. Look at that Chevelle. Power lane is red. Giving the win to Mr. Leland, the far lane in the Chevelle. He goes 993 with a 7 on a 927, 21 light. Wheeling, bouncing around, but moves to the next round. Colton Cruncher, 879 dial over there in his 76 Monza against Andy Chicala, dialed 828 in that sharp-looking Mustang. Really fun to watch. Good group, good club. These guys travel together and strong club membership, evidently. They're all stick guys. Slight advantage, tower lane. And it works for him. He goes 828 with a 6 on the 825. He was 31. Far lane went 881 with a 4 on 879, but he was behind 060 light. Good run for the Next pair, Mr. Danny Hutton, dial 902 in the Chevy 2 against Mr. Paul Riddle here in his Copo and dial 948. Attention to the pits, mod buybacks, please. Mod buybacks, 1 and 2, please. Mod buybacks, 1 and 2. Slight advantage, Tower Lane. But he doesn't do it. He runs out, goes 944 with a 4 on a 948. He was better at the start, 074. But Mr. Hutton in the Chevy 2 goes 911 with a 0 on a 902. 97 late, but he picks up the win, moves to the next round of the Pro Stick group here. And picking up the bye, evidently, is Mr. Dave Slusher in his 78 Malibu, dial 870. Team Challenge, lane 5, load up, please. I think he's making an easy run. Perfect light at the start. He's perfect at the start. And goes 926 with a 0 on 870. Perfect light. I think that was just a cruise run for him. Challenge. Okay, here's our first pair of the Team Challenge. Farlane, 11 and 11. Mr. Chase Huber in the tower lane, dial 940. Here's our first pair. I won't be announcing these reaction times because they probably all got their radio tuned in. And the win goes to the tower lane, Mr. Chase Huber. He goes 935 with a 7 on a 940. Had a 185 late. Far lane run out with 1086 with 8 on an 1111 dial. He was 252 at the start. Next pair, Braxton Hazard in his big truck, dial 1009. And Savannah Baker here in the tower lane, dial 975. Braxton goes red. And the win will go to Savannah Baker. She'll move to the next round. Our next pair, Raleigh Ketterman over there in far lane, dial 988. Against Julian Richardson here in the tower lane in their truck, dial 1110. Pro stick winners, you'll have a meeting over in your area in a few minutes, please. Pro stick winners, there's a meeting over in your area, so don't want to miss that. And Raleigh picks up the win here, goes 992 with a 0 and 988, 226 light, but he'll move to the next round. So pro stick winners are going to have a meeting over there for you folks, so don't be late for that. Landon Adams, the far lane, dial 1023 against Morgan Tall here in the tower lane, or Firebird dial 908. These mod buybacks, you should be to 1 and 2. Far lane loses, had the best light, but gives the win to Morgan Tall. She goes 912 with a 7 on 908. She was 215. Far lane was 001, but she runs out, goes a 1018.5 on the 1023. Yeah. Junior buyback 6 to 9, lane 3, please. In lane 4, 10 to 17. The lane 4, please. Should be there, folks. Brandon Hazard picks up the buy. About 1036 in his Durango, I believe it is, Jeep. Picks up the win, and he moves into the next round of the team. So, Mr. Not talking loud, I'm probably losing my voice. Okay, we got some junior buybacks now. Junior buybacks are coming out now. First pair, Cooper Lewis over there in the far lane, dial 1290, and Haley Truitt here in the tower lane, dial 1190. These are the junior buybacks. And Lewis Farlene, 001 red, gives the win to Haley Truitt here in the tower lane, who's 151 green. So she'll move into the second round of juniors today. Our next pair up, Bryce Cornish III. They're in the far lane, dial 1198 against Camden Berry. Here in the tower lane, dial 1205. Camden all the way from Prince Frederick, Maryland. Tickled to have you come over. Any of you racers headed out of town now, be safe. Be safe on the roads and come see us again. Tickled to death you were here. Both green, slight advantage, Cornish over in the far lane. And the win will go to Cornish. Goes 12:02 with a 0, 11:98. He was 0:63. Berry goes 12:17 with a 4 on a 12:05, 0:71 light. So Cornish will move back into the second round of juniors today in the final points day. The bracket points. See who goes to the bracket finals. Big day for all our racers in our points system. Last day of bracket points. Qualified and go to the bracket finals. Next pair, Noel James over in the far lane, dialed 795. Bridget Atkins here in the tower lane, dialed 803. All right, anybody still here and hungry? We have some food vendors here behind the tower. Is snowballs, you say, behind the tower. And ice cream, I think, still here. So come on over to win over, go in the far lane. Old James picks up the win, goes 798 with a 9 on a 795. So we do have food trucks over here on this side, folks. The hookup in Chubby's is on over here on the far side, there by our old concession. So anybody hungry or still there, folks, stop by and patronize those folks. I appreciate it very much. They've been here all weekend with us too, I'm assuming. And Ella Ketterman picks up the buy here. She's dialed 822. She's 0-11 at the start. And she goes 8:22.07 on the 8:22 18 pack. She'll move into the second round. And our next pair, Cole Foskey here in the far lane, dialed 790. Madison Gordy here in the tower lane, dialed 793. So these racers are trying to win their buyback round and move back into the show for the next round. And Cole is red, 024 red, so Madison Gordy will move into the next round. She was 102 at the start and goes 798 with a 1 on 793. So she moves back into the next round. And picking up the single, Mr. Chase Huber. Dialed 795 here in the tower lane. He'll pick the win up and move into the next round, juniors. Cindy Ketterman, if you're still here, come up to the tower, please. Cindy Ketterman, if you're here, come up to the second floor of the tower, please. Yeah, Cindy Ketterman, if you're still here, you want to come up to the second floor of the tower, please? Cindy Ketterman, come to the tower, please. So we'll be closed here next weekend. Top 3 and 4 buybacks. Top 3 and 4 buybacks, please. We're closed next weekend and Sunday the 10th or Friday night the 8th. We have our Friday night street fights. And then that Sunday we have a test and tune. 14th through the 17th, we're closed. We've got the bracket finals in Pittsburgh. And the 23rd, we have Grudge Dreams. And the 30th is Saturday Track Points. Some upcoming things. I'll be announcing some of these. So we need top buybacks 3 and 4, please. Top buybacks, door cart. Top buybacks 3 and 4, please. Mod buybacks are coming out now. There, mod buybacks guys are trying to buy and race their way back into the eliminator, trying to chase some more points. Far lane, Dustin Tebow over there in the Mustang with his dialed 624. And tower lane, Mr. John Parks here in the Camaro dialed 644. Top buybacks 3 and 4, please. Pretty even at the start. And Mr. Parks picks up the win, goes 649 with a 4 on a 644. He was 058 at the start. And the Mustang was 634 with an 8 on a 624 dial. He was 48. So he's slightly better, but the Mr. Parks moves into the next round. Ron Reese, far lane dialed 622. Mr. Danny Huff here in the tower lane dialed 742 in his Tesla. Red. That's the win, Mr. Huff. He was 003 at the start. Next pair up. Ronald Nichols in far lane dialed 667. And Dwayne Hitch here in the tower lane dialed 660 in his S10 pickup.
Six oh one in the left.
Jerry, I must applaud you for an excellent race there yesterday that you put together. Big old pat on the back.
Yeah, but if Mother Nature just give us a couple more hours, it would have been, love to have finished it for the racers and the sponsors and the fans, but Mother Nature is giving them a fit this year. Oh. Slight advantage, far lane, and the win goes to Mr. Nichols over there. Goes 669 with a 4 on a 667. He was 069 at the start. So he'll move into the next round. Yeah, we had a good field of cars. The Band 8 was pretty quick, especially the dragster part of it. We were able to get that part done and stuff, so, but had that big rain and that kind of set things back a couple hours. All right, next pair, Jamar Wongus over here in the far lane, dialed 601. Brianna Cotman here in the tower lane, dialed 655 in her Camaro.
Brianna's been killing the tree there until first round. It's got a little bit happy there. Went red, brought her back in here to the buyback run. Turns it red again, Jerry.
Yep, Jamar goes 68 at the start, and he'll pick up the win. He goes 598 with a 2 on a 601, but he was green on his side, so he moves to the next round. Here's my old boss up here, Mr. Bryce Cornish over there in the far lane, his S10 dialed 6 flat. And here in the tower lane, Mr. Charlie Cathell and his old Thunderbird dialed 660. Charlie out trying to mix it up with the guys today and gals. Oh, yeah.
See Charlie out here.
Did nice. Yeah, Mark and Denise did a nice thing for parents and Charlie. Yep.
And he runs it out.
Yep.
57 with a 5 on a 60.
Yep. Longest goes 6'11" with a 6 on a 6 flat, and he was 0.68. Charlie was green, all we can say. Being nice. Yep. Andre Stanley, far lane over there, dialed 680. In Tower Lane, Joseph Overstreet, dialed 686. Need top buybacks. Top buybacks should be the 3 and 4, please. Slight advantage to Overstreet here in the Tower Lane. And he made it work for him. He goes 698 with a 6 on a 686. He was 079 at the start. Harleen goes 685 with a 5 on a 680, but he was 180. So it really cost him. Travis Moloch, Farlane dialed 638 against Brent Cannon here in the Tower Lane, dialed 681 in the Malibu. Cannon goes red, 025 million. Win go to Travis Moloch. He goes 634 with a 4 on a 638 dial, but he was 020 green at the start. Brian Riepert, that Farlane dial 880 against Mr. Steve Long here, and his Mustang dial 685. Good to see Steve back. Haven't seen him in a little while. Big trip down here on the Eastern Shore.
Stuff here in the buyback round, sitting number 2 in points. Reaver's going to pick up the win. Long turns at 10 on the wrong side. Reaver runs an 84 with a 7 on an 80. 83 at the hit.
Next pair, Bruce Wilson, over there in his Jaguar. Dialed 638. Jeff Settin dialed 521 here on his motorcycle. Slightest advantage here in the Tower Lane, the motorcycle. And he made it happen. Goes 525 with a 3 on a 521 dial. He was 014 at the start. Bruce goes 639 with a 3 on a 638, but he was 054. He was behind at the start. Cost him. Next pair, Sam Sanders there in the far lane, dial 582 against Brian Dennis here in the Tower Lane, dial 707. Like I say, these guys are trying to get back in the show. Last day of bracket points. Qualifies. They're hoping to move up and get into the big show in September. I think it's out in Pittsburgh. And the motorcycle goes red, giving the win to Brian Dennis. He was 044 at the start and goes 707 with a 2 on a 707. 44 green. So he moves back into the show.
So, Jerry, that looks like that's going to wind up our
Hey, Vic, make sure E1 and all
Beach Custom Services General Contractors No Box class. Coming out now is our Nolan top ET buybacks. Third round, Pro Stick to lanes 1 and 2. Third round of Pro Stick to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman buybacks 3 and 4. Sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Third round, Pro Stick 1 and 2. Third round of Pro Stick to lanes 1 and 2.
All right, our first pair of top buybacks. Mike Moore over there in this Camaro dialed 607. Phil Truitt here in the tower lane in Malibu dialed 676.
Surprised to see Phillip here in this buyback round, sitting number 4 in the points chase. 1,000, separate him at the hit. But Phillip's going to pick up the win. Dead on. Give him a 2-pack. Moore runs down there an 08 with a 3 on an 07 with a 001 light.
That was tight. That was tight. Next pair, Dalton Weltner. Dialed 599 in his pickup against Doug Milner here in LZ Septic Lane. Dialed 544 in his Vega. Perfect light over in the far lane. Woo! 8-pack. It was 599 with an 8 on a 599. Perfect light. Milner goes 545 with a 7 on a 544, and he was 10. And Weltner, great package there. Next pair, Mr. Bob Weltner over there in the Mustang dialed 621 against the pickup here in the tower lane dialed 689.
John Jellick over here in the tower lane. Dialed up that 689.
470.
Slight advantage to the Mustang. And he made that work. Go 630 with a 1 on a 621. Dial, he was 014 at the start. Pickup goes 699 with a 1 on a 689 dial. He was 036 at the start. Our next pair, Dennis Long in his dragster dial 480 against Glenn Reese here in the tower lane dial 478.
Once again, Pro Stick cars to lanes 3 and 4, or actually, I'm sorry, 1 and 2. Pro Stick, I need you back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman buybacks, need you up in lanes 3 and 4, please.
Slight advantage to Long over the far lane. But he doesn't work for him. He goes Glenn Reese goes 478 with a 1 on a 478 dial. He was 16 at the start. Dennis goes 482 with a 5 on a 480 dial. He was 11. A little better off the line, but he couldn't run the number as close as Mr. Reese.
That's 17 pack on it.
Tremaine Exelson over there in the far lane is wagon dialed 712 against Tyler Ryan here in his tower lane dialed 617. Tyler goes 619 with an 8 on a 617. He was 012. Elston Farling went 715 with a 3 on a 712 dial. He was 36. So Ryan moves here to the next round. So these guys trying to get back in the show. Bill Groten over here in the far lane dialed 659. Dave Slusher Jr. here in the tower lane dialed 646 is S10. Close at the start. And Groten picks up the win, goes 659 with a 7 on the 659. He had a 12 light. Slusher was 46 with a 7, but he was 14, a little behind there at the start, and that cost him.
Once again, can I get my Pro Stick cars? Round 3, the lanes 1 and 2. Pro Stick cars, the lanes 1.
Next pair up, Mike Jones, far lane dial 463 against W.R. Ketterman here, dial 455. Yep. Taillights, guys. That time of night now. Taillights. We need those taillights so we can track you all the way through the shutdown area. Appreciate it very much. Like I say, Mike Jones against W.R. Ketterman here. Pair of good running dragsters. And WR does it, goes 455 with 8 on a 455 with a 10 light. Jones goes 464 with a 3 on a 463 dial. He was 10 also. So that was a tight run with those pair. Woo. Next pair up, Billy Groten dialed 746 against Paul Riddle here in the dragster, 494.
Also, too, track lights are on, so I need all tail lights on. Tail lights. As you go down the track, I need all tail lights on. Track lights are on, so I need tail lights on. Also, I need my sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4.
They're going to be next, aren't they?
Sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4.
Close at the start. And the win goes to Groten. Goes 746 with a 7 on a 746 with a 22 light. And Riddle goes 495 with a 1 on a 494, but he's behind 037. Next pair up, Brett Jones, dialed 514 against Chad Thurman, dialed 581.
Final call going out. Sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. I need sportsman.
Big advantage, Thurman in the tower lane. He goes 582 with a 7 on a 581 with a 005. And Jones runs out, goes a 513 with an 8 on a 514. He was 80 at the start. So really cost him down there at the end. So Thurman moves to the next round. Next pair, Chris Wigfaller, the far lane, dialed 510 against Bill Blank here in the tower lane, dialed 572.
Once again, I need my sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4, please.
He goes 5'11 with a 7 on the 5'10. He was 009. Blank goes 5'73 with a 1 on the 5'72, but he was 096. So Wigfall moves to the next round. Say in September, we're off next weekend. The Friday the 8th, we're Friday night street fights. The 14th through the 17th, we're closed for the bracket finals out in Pittsburgh. Then we come back the following week, Saturday with the 410 Grudge Dreams. And the 30th of September is Track Points. October 1st, we got Fast Forward Sunday and Track Points, followed by the big race October 5th and 8th through Thursday through Sunday, Mutt and Jeff Fall Brawl, followed by the night 15th on Sunday, Alton Brothers Bike Brawl with Track Points, and the 27th is Friday night Halloween contest and pit vehicle race appreciation, Saturday the 28th and the 29th with Track Points.
Also,
so still quite a bit of racing going through the fall event. But these racers tonight are trying to get into that bracket final show out in Pittsburgh. Wish them all the best of luck.
first call going out. Pro Bike buybacks to lane 5. First call. Pro Bike buybacks to lane 5, please. I'll take my Pro Bike buybacks to lane 5. Final call going out. Team Challenge lanes 3 and 4. Buybacks. Sportsman. I get it right. It's been a long day. Sportsman buybacks to 3 and 4. Last call. Sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Bike buybacks to lane 5.
All right, next pair up is Dalton Weltner, dialed 599 against Tremaine Eccleston, and his wagon dialed 712. There we go.
Once again, final call. Sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. We'll take Sportsman buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Bike buybacks to lane 4.
And the wagon turns it red, gives the win to Weltner over in the far lane. He was 009. Goes down, runs out. Goes 596 for the 2 on a 599 dial, but he was 009 at the start. Here we go, that pro stick. Third round pro stick coming out. Tony.
One awesome class to watch here this weekend. I love having them here.
First pair is Tony Goddard. Barlene over there goes dial 825 against Eric Kitchen. Here in this Chevelle dial 941.
This is third round here for Pro Stick. Camaro got a little close to the center line there, let it out. Going to hand the win over there to Eric Kitchen. Runs down there in 9:46 with an 8 on a 41.
Next pair up, Freddie Leland over there in that beautiful Chevelle, dial 927 against Joe White here in this GTO in the Tower Lane, dial 910.
Once again, we need all tail lights on, all tail lights on. Need to be able to follow you down the track.
Our stage now. And the Chevelle goes red. Gives the win to Mr. White in his GTO. He goes 579 with a 0 on the 910. He was 47 at the start. Like I said, the Chevelle was 017 at the start. Yeah, GTO goes 912 on 910. Sorry about that.
It's been a long weekend. Dean Lee here on Tower side. Gonna pick up the win. 59 with a 7 on a 47. 43 on this end. Danny was 67. Runs a 29 with a 6 on a 10. Next up, Dave Slusher here, Tower side from Englewood, West Virginia. Dialed up at 868. Andy Chicala over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up in 827 in the Mustang. That is one nasty Mustang. Mustang's going to reel him in here. Can't get it done. Dead on with a 7. 76 at the hit. Gives the win to Dave. Dave 2 above with a 4. 53 on the hit. Margin of victory 0061.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
John Elias over there in the AMC Spirit, dialed up a 1218. John sitting number 6 in the points chase. Evan sitting at number 1. Slight advantage to Evan. Team challenge buybacks, lane 5. Evan runs it out, gives the win to Johnny and Nice. Johnny, 25 with a 5 on an 18. 191 on the hit. Evan runs it out, 65 with a 6 on a 66. Second round, junior dragsters 1 and 2. Second round, junior dragsters to 1 and 2. Team challenge buybacks, lane 5. Team challenge buybacks to lane 5. Six to 9, lanes 1, 10 to 17, lane 2, junior dragsters, 1 and 2, junior dragsters, bring them back to lanes 1 and 2. James going to run down there and pick up the win. Run a 1263 with a 5 on a 1260. Big old Chevy making the buy run there. Dialed up a 1345. Runs through at a 1341 with a 3 at 100 mile an hour. Once again, junior buybacks to lanes 1 and 2. Junior buybacks to lanes 1 and 2. Team challenge. I'm sorry, second round. It's been a long day. I am so messed up here. Second round, juniors, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, second round, junior dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Second round of junior dragsters to 1 and 2, please. Team challenge buybacks to lane 5. Team challenge buybacks to lane 5. Here we go with our pro bike buyback round. Randall Scott here, tower side, dialed up in 890. Caitlin Webster over there in the far lane, dialed up at 999. Randall Scott with a slight advantage, and he's going to keep it. 903 with a 1 on an 890. Caitlin runs a 1038 with a 7 on a 1048. Next pair, Jalen Mumford here, tower side, dialed up at 915. Marlon Cottonman over there in the far lane, dialed up at 1048. Marlon picking up the win. 1072 with a 0 on a 1048. 10 on the hit. Jalen was 48 up front. Got a 43 with a 0 on a 15. Once again, Teen Challenge buybacks, lane 5. Teen Challenge buybacks to lane 5. Next pair, Brandon Scott, Tower Side, dialed up at 1010. Sean Cropper over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 798. Scott turns at 20 red, gives the win to Cropper. Cropper's going to go ahead and run it on through down there. 826 with a 3 on a 798. Next up here with a solo pass, James Farmer out of Milton, Delaware on the Hayabusa, dialed up a 904. Last call, Teen Challenge buybacks, lane 5. Last call, Teen Challenge buybacks, lane 5. I need all golf carts out of the lanes, please. All golf carts out of the lanes, please. Farmer must have let out or had a problem down there. He run 11 flat with a 6 on a 904. 46 on the hit. But he does pick up the win going into the next round.
Okay, guys, can you get the golf carts out of the staging lanes? We've got another class coming in.
Need Mod ET to 3 and 4, please. If you got golf carts in the stage lanes in the way, we need to get them moved, please. Mod ET to 3 and 4. Okay, we got our second round of junior dragsters coming out. Mod 3 and 4, right? Yes. All right, here's our juniors, second round of juniors. 18 of them this round. Andrew Schaefer over there in the far lane, dial 1190. Trip White here in the tower lane, dial 1194. Mod, you should be next round. Mod, you should be a 3 and 4. Mod, you should be a 3 and 4. Second round. We're getting ready to roll now, folks. Weather's good. We're going to do it. And Trip turns it red, 117 red. So giving the win to Andrew Schaefer, who will move into the next round of juniors. Andrew runs 1195 with a 6 on 1190 dial, 034 late. Trip was 117 red. So Andrew moves another round. Next pair up, Reagan Ketterman over here in the far lane, dial 12 flat. Blake Truitt here in the tower lane, dial 1178. Yep. Yeah. You need Rick Abbott, please. Rick Abbott behind the tower. And spectators and everyone, please be careful. A lot of racers now are leaving the track. Make sure you don't leave golf carts or anything in the roadway. Please. You know, a lot of these guys, it's hard to see with some of these rigs they got, so make sure you're keeping the roadways and all the finger roads clear so nobody has a problem. Got to pay attention now. It's getting dark in the area, in the facility, so we want everybody to be safe, okay? Up next pair up, Bryce Cornish, $11.98 against Haley Truitt, $11.97. Light advantage to Cornish. And he goes 12.02.8 on 11.98 at 0.39 light, so he moves into the next round. Truitt goes 12.007 on 11.97 with a 168 light. So Cornish moves another round. Brett Bladen picks up the bye here. Brett's $11.90. But please, if you're around anywhere in the roadways, be particular, watch the traffic. These big rigs are leaving. So Brett picks up the single here, 12 light, 0-12 at the start. And he goes 11.96 with an 8 on 11.90 with a 12 light. You're teaching him, Bobby. Looking for Rick Abbott behind the tower, please. There is a ball. You will be getting it in the second round. Golf carts behind the tower. You need to move them. We have cars coming behind the tower for their buys. So help us out, folks. Don't park on any of the roadways.
Okay, we need to give a shout out to Elite Gaming Delmarva. They have been on the spectator side this weekend. They are doing a raffle right now that will extend until the Halloween shootout. It is for an airsoft package valued over $500. If you want to go over there, they're located right next to the go-karts. And if not, you can go to their store.
Next pair of Lucas Gordy over there in the far lane, dialed 797. Braden Hazard here in the tower lane, dialed 794. So they'll be close off the line. Lucas over there, 004. So we put a package together on Braden, and he does. Goes 799 with a 0 and a $797 with a 004. Braden was 794 with an 8 on a 794, but he was 043 at the start. So good, Lucas moves another round. And our next pair up, Noel James, dialed 797. Ella Ketterman here in the tower lane, dialed 823. Advantage Noel, 015 at the start. And he picks up the win, goes 798 with a 2 on a 797. He was 15. Ella goes 823 with a 2 on the 823, but she was 083 at the start. Cost her. Next up, Madison Gordon over here in the far lane, dialed 799. Chase Huber here in the tower lane, dialed 805. Gordy 799 against Huber, dial 805 here in the tower lane. And Gordy goes red, 004 red. Huber on the other side was 004 green. So he goes 803 with an 8 on an 805 with a 004, so he moves the next round. Haley Pumphrey over in the far lane, dialed 790 against Braxton Hazard here in the tower lane, dialed 794. Goes 005 red. Braxton 063 green goes 794 with a 3 on a 794, 063 light. So he moves to the next round. Okay, got a single here, Brandon Mattery, about 796 here in the tower lane, all the way from Waldorf for the weekend here. He's 023 at the start. He runs 798 with a 2 on a 796, 023 light. Move into the next round. Our next pair, Jonathan Henry over there far lane, dial 795 against Bentley Hazard here in the tower lane, dial 906. To Hazard here in the tower lane. But he doesn't make it work. He runs out, goes 903 on 1 with a 906. Henry goes 793 with a 6 on a 795. He was a little behind at the start, but made it work for himself. Goes 0.68 at the tree. So Mr. Henry moves another round. Okay, we're doing our team challenge buybacks. So Julian goes on her bye here in the team challenge 2:11 light. And she runs 11:15 with a 4 on 11:10. So a little touch up here on the starting line. So Mark and Denise are giving us next weekend off, Labor Day weekend off. Thank you very much. We'll come back Friday night, September 8th for the Friday night street fights. And then September 14th through the 17th, we're closed going to the bracket finals out in Pittsburgh. Everybody can make that trip with us. Then Saturday, September 23rd, to 410 Grudge Dreams. And then Saturday, September 30th, we have Track Points. Big event coming up October 1st, Sunday. Fast Forward Sunday in Track Points. And then another big 3-day weekend is October 5th through the 8th. Mutt and Jeff, Fall Brawl would be here. So plenty of racing there. Followed by October 15th, that's Sunday. Alton Brothers Home Furnishings, their bike brawl with Track Points. And the 27th, Friday, a Halloween contest pit vehicle. October 28th, Saturday is Racer Appreciation Track Points. And October 29th is Racer Appreciation and Track Points, the final there. So
That's the end of the challenge.
So there's still some big events coming up in September and October. Hope racers can come out and fans can come out and watch. Thank you very much. Been a lot going on these 3 days. Had our Super Chevy 60th anniversary show today. I think the Chevy show is well attended. We brought out like 60 show cars on the track there for their presentation of trophies. A lot of nice looking cars, pickups, and thank those people. And as we get ready to go into round number 2 of Air Eliminator, like I said, this is our last weekend of bracket final points. These racers are trying to gain some spots, trying to get into, trying to pick up and move around, make some few upgrades, up steps there for the bracket finals, which will be held out in Pittsburgh September 14th through the 17th. So we'll find out tonight who those racers are going to be. Like I say, if you're walking around the pit areas near roads in the facility, make sure you keep them clear, no golf carts or anything. Pay attention to where you're walking. A lot of people are leaving now, big rigs, a lot of blind spots, so please be safe and don't pay attention to what we're doing. Looks like they're getting close to finishing up track prep. And we'll be starting the second round here. Our Ma to be first coming out for second round. Be cutting the fields down. 2 go down, 1 come back. We wish all the racers luck. I know their pressure's on to move up, make the bracket finals. Always been a big thing. Okay, mod drivers, you can start loading up. Mod, you can start loading up. I think I got one more pull. Be ready to go. Okay, here we go. Second round of mod. Getting ready to cut them in half now. Okay, our first pair here in the second round, Dave Keaton. Over there in that far lane, dialed 590. Mr. Danny Huff here in the tower lane, dialed 743. Racers, we need tail lights, please. Huff goes 743 with a 4 on a 743 with a 33 light. Keaton was 592 with a 0 on the 590. He was 39 at the tree. So a little behind. So we need those taillights, racers, taillights. Next up, Josh Phelps, dialed 587, far lane against Brianna Cotman here in the tower lane, dialed 671 in her Camaro, both Camaros. That happen, goes 595 with a 3 on the 587. He was 049. Marina runs out big time. She goes 651 with a 3 on a 671. And she just had the green lights on when the say there. Next pair up, Mr. Ben Garnett, far lane, dialed 558. Jeff Davenport here in the tower lane, dialed 677 in his Maverick. Mr. Davenport, him and his son are the sponsors of Sportsman. Side advantage Garnett and the Maverick. And Garnell goes 5.5 with an 8.9 on the 558. He was 0.86. Davenport goes 682 with a 4 on a 677 with a 95 light. So he was off both ends. The win goes to Garnett, who'll move another round. Joshua Parker, far lane, dialed 773 against Billy Collinsworth here in the tower lane, dialed 753. Well, Parker goes 008 red. Collinsworth, East Green goes 755 with a 4 on a 753. So he moves another round. Yeah, I appreciate that. These numbers running together and everything's running together.
Pro stick, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro stick, lanes 1 and 2, please.
Next pair up, Bill Foster in the far lane goes 629 against Ronald Nichols here in the tire lane dial 667.
Once again, Pro stick, lanes 1 and 2. Pro stick, need you back to lanes 1 and 2, please.
Slight advantage to Nichols, but he doesn't do it. He runs out by a foul. Foster goes 639 with a 5 on the 629. He was 075, so he moves another round tonight. Okay, next pair up, Benny Parkinson there in the far lane, dialed 672. Brandon Kottman here in the tower lane, dialed 690. Goes 680 with a 4 on a 672 dial. He was red also, but Coppin did it first. So Park's gonna move another round. Here we go, Cody Mariner, dialed 553 far lane against Buddy Layfield here in the tower lane, dialed 665. All right, here we go. Cody Mariner over there in the far lane again. 5:53. Buddy Layfield here in the tower lane, about 6:65. He's 007, but it doesn't go. He runs out, a fourth out. Layfield's 666 with a 1 on a 665. He was 30. So Layfield moves around. Jacob Bowie over there in the far lane, dialed 601. John Parks here in the tower lane, dialed 644.
Once again, I need all Pro Stick cars back to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Stick cars, I need you back to lanes 1 and 2 now, please. Shouldn't be too many of you left. I think we're down to 4 or 5 of you, 6 maybe.
And Jacob, 001 red, puts him out of the show for tonight. Parks 012. He goes 641 with a 0 and a 644 with a 12 light. So Parks moves another round. Next up, Brian Hudson over there in his S10, dial 599. Paul Riddle Jr. here in the tower lane, about 636. Slight advantage to Riddle. And he goes 637 with a 2 on a 636. He was 023 at the start. Hudson goes 602 with a 3 on a 599, but he was behind 072 at the start. So Riddle moves another round.
Next pair. Big pair here, tower side, dialed up a 744 on the window. Got Nicholas Bowie over there in the far lane, dialed up a 641. Bear out of Sharptown. Jay with the slight advantage at the hit. Can he make it work on the other end? He can. He runs out. 37 with a 3 on a 44. Nicholas dead on with a 0. 69 on the hit. Nicholas moving on the next round.
Next pair, Travis Moloch, dialed 632 against Brian Dennis, dialed 707 here in the LZ Septic lane.
Brian sitting number 11 in that points chase. Hoping to better that here. Oh no, turns it 17 red. Going to give the wind up to Moloch. Moloch runs down there, a 37 with a 6 on a 32, but he was a little red right behind him. But anyway, he's still going to pick up the win.
Next up, Rob Hicks over in the far lane, dialed 688. David Hornsby here in the tower lane, dialed 628 in his Nova.
Hornsby sitting number 13 in the points chase here today. As today is the last day of points for the WDRA championship. So Hornsby's definitely trying to move up in the standings here this evening.
Like I say, a lot of vehicles moving now, so please pay attention if you're walking around and stuff. Kind of even at the start. And the win goes to Hornsby. He goes 630 with a 1 on a 628. He was 115 light Hicks goes 694 with a 1 on a 688. He was 126. So being behind at the start cost him. Next pair, Vincent Wade over here in the Mustang, dialed 608. Crystal Hudson here in the Tower Lane, dialed 606 in her S10. Vince goes red, 004 red. Gives the win to Crystal. She's 056 green. She goes 607 with a 9 on a 606, 56 light. So Crystal moves another round. Next up, Jamar Wongus, about 596. Gets Raheem Gladney. Here in the Tower Lane, dial 553.
Ron Nichols.
Right advantage to Jamar. And it works for him. He goes. And Longus picks up the win. Next up, Brian Riebert, dialed 884, far lane. John Henderson, dialed 757 here in the Tower Lane. Both are green. And Reber picks the win up, goes 896 with an 8 on an 884. He was 104. And Henderson runs out. He goes 754 with a 4 on a 757. He was 152 at the start. So Reaper moves on. Yeah, we need those taillights, guys. Taillights. Next pair up, Jonathan Henry over here in the far lane, dialed 744 against Jason Overstreet here in the Tower Lane, dialed 680 in his Vega. Henry, and he made it happen, goes 745 with a 2 on a 744. He was 40. Overstreet runs out, goes 677 with a 4 on a 680. He was 105. So he was real late there at the start, and that really cost him. Next up, Bryce Cornish over the far lane, dialed 601. John Maiden here in the Tower Lane, dialed 619. Start, but he can't win it. Cornish goes 602 with a 4 on a 601, 26 late. And Madden goes 623 with a 3 on a 619.
Joining in my next round of top ET cars to lanes 3 and 4. Top ET cars to lanes 3 and 4, please.
Darren Roden, behind the tower.
Darren Roden, you're my wait and see by. Pull her up here behind the tower. Second round sportsman, 1 and 2. Second round sportsman, the lanes 1 and 2, please. Darren Roden, that buy will be on your second entry. 4X4D. So Darren, your second entry, 4X4D, is going to be the wait and see buy. And I need Faith Hudson behind the tower. Faith Hudson, you are my wait and see buy in the second round of sportsmen. All their sportsman cars in lanes 1 and 2, please.
Here we go, folks. Fourth round, semifinals here in the Pro Stick. Okay, our first pair will be Joe White. Here in the far lane, dial 911. Dean Leah here in the tower lane, dial 947 in his Camaro. We're in the semifinals here in the Pro Stick. And White goes red. Gives the win to Lay here in the tower lane. He goes 9:59 with the 8 on a 9:47. He was 0:12 at the start. So he moves to the final, the Pro Stick. Dave Slusher there in the far lane, dial 869. Eric Kitchen here in the tower lane in the Chevelle, dial 941. 941 on the Chevelle. Here in the tower lane. And he does it. He goes 9:43 with a 3 on 9:41. He was 12 at the start. Slusher goes 8:71 with a 7 on the 869 dial. He was 26 at the hit. So Kitchen moves to the final. Okay, top, you should be loaded up, getting ready here. Just doing a little touching up here on the start line. And we'll get ready to do top. Okay, top, we're getting ready to go. They're just finishing up. Top, load up, please. Get some guys going here. Just finishing up. Okay, listen up. Pro Bike, second round, lane 5, please. Pro Bike, second round, lane 5. Top, you should be loaded up, ready to go. All right, here we go. First pair up, Doug Milner over there in the far lane, dialed 749. Jordan McCann here in the tower lane, dialed 672 in his Nova. As we get going here in the second round of top. Good feel of these guys, so we've got to start working on them now. To Milner in this Chevy. Chevy 2, can he make it work? And he does. Doug goes 751 with a 2 on a 749 with a 10 light. McCain was 675 with a 3 on a 672. He was 23, 023 light. So Milner picks up the win. Next pair up, Bill Groton over there in the GTO, dialed 658. Brian Foster, you're in the tower lane, dialed 627. Pro Bike, you should be a 5. Pro Bike, you should be a 5. Advantage Bill Groton. He's done 5 at the start. And he goes 659.0 on a 658 with a 005. Foster goes 635 with a 4 on a 627. He had a 16 light. So Groton moves on. Darren Roten over there in the far lane of Chevelle goes dials 593. Chad Thurman here in the pickup, 581. Reminder, you top racers, your double entries will be called later. Do not come back if you're double entered. You will be called later like we did the first round, okay? Top. Do not come back to your double entry until we call you. Slight advantage of Roten. He's 006 and Thurman's 011. And Darren pulls off. He goes 592 on a 9 on the 593 with a 006. Thurman goes 580 with a 3 on the 581. He was 11. So close run down there. Darren moves on. Yeah, double entries do not return till we call you. Bryce Cornish dialed 6 flat. Rob Weltner Jr. dialed 621 here in the Mustang. So double entries do not come back till we call you. Slight advantage to Weltner. He's 007. Cornish is 026. But don't hesitate. He can't hold him off. Cornish goes 600 with 8 on a 60. 26 light. Weltner goes 624 with a 9 on a 621. He was 007 though. They couldn't hold it off. Looks like he should be the 5. Next here, Neil Huber, dialed 592. Last night's Bad 8 open winner, Mr. Frank LeCates, dialed 453. Frankie goes 454 with a 6 on the 453 with a 008. Huber was 592 with a 7 on the 592, but it was 002 red. So the Cates moves on. Next pair up, Billy Groton over the far lane, dialed 746. Phil Truitt here in the tower lane, dialed 676 in the Malibu. As we're in the second round, the top. Like you say, double entries do not come back till we call you. Slight advantage, Truitt. And Truitt picks the win up, goes 677.0 on the 621 pack. So Truitt moves on to the next. Roland Powell Sr. over to the far lane, dial 480 against Dave Keaton here in the tower lane, dial 590. Keaton goes down, goes 591 with a 7 on the 590. He's 21 at the start. Powell goes 481 with a 0 on the 480, but it was 004 red. So Keaton moves on. Mike DeLorenzo in the far lane, dial 583 against Glenn Reese here with a dragster, dial 478. The van's DeLorenzo, he's 007 at the start. And he goes 584 with a 3 on a 583 with a 007 light. Reese was 479 with a 1 on a 478 with a 33. So DeLorenzo moves on. Buddy Layfield, far lane, dialed 769 against Josh Nichols here in the tower lane, dialed 777. 777's dial. Pro bike should be to 5. Sportsman should be to 1 and 2. Layfield 001 red gives the win to Nichols. Nichols is 013 at the start. Runs 7.794 on a 7.77 with a 13, so he moves on. Next up, Don Thomas over in the far lane, dialed 579 against Stephen Truitt here in the tower lane, dialed 580. Advantage Truitt, he's 007. And he goes 580 with a 5 with a 007. Good run for Truitt. Thomas was 28 at the start, goes 579 with a 3 on 579. So Truitt goes to there on 3. Next up, Mike Larkin over there in his S10, dialed 767. Vanilla Ennis here in the tower lane, dialed 467. She's 015, Mike's 057, but it don't work for her. She runs out. She goes 465 with a 6 on a 67. Larkin goes 774 with a 0 on a 767. He was 057. So moves to the next one. Next up, Nick McGowan dialed 496 against Tommy Kellerman here in the tower lane, dialed 471. Say sportsman should be to 1 and 2. Pro bike should be to 5. Tommy goes 484 with a 5 on a 471 dial, 48 light. Nick's just sitting there. Don't know what happened to McGowan. There's something in the throttle or whatever, but never heard it come up either. He drives down the track, so it could be something throttle-wise. Gotta wait for him to clear. Our next pair will be Steve Ryan, dialed 484. Against Brian Churchwell, dialed 674. Steve from over Westminster area. Appreciate him coming over. Warren better at the start. 38 to a 60 late. And he makes it. Goes 488 with a 0, a 484 with a 38 light. Churchwell goes 677 with a 3 on, 674 with a 60. So Ryan moves on. Next up, Dalton Weltner over there in the far lane, the pickup, dialed 599 against Tyler Ryan. Steve's son, dialed 617 here in the Camaro. And Ryan does it. He goes 617 with a 3 on, 617 with a 10 light. Weltner is 599 with 8 on the 599. He was 009. It's a 0004. Tight run all the way down. But Tyler Ryan will move to the next round. Next up, Ben Calhoun over there in the dragster, dial 440. W.R. Ketterman here in the tower lane, dial 454 in his dragster. Calhoun does it, goes 441 with an 8 on a 440 with 11 light. WR goes 454 with a 7 on a 454, but he was 043. So Calhoun goes on another round. Except Freddie Leyland, dial 594 against Eddie Savage in the dragster, dial 478. Three and four, pull up, guys. 3 and 4, pull up, guys. Keep them pulled up, folks. So 3 and 4, keep them pulled up, guys. Everybody should be ready to go. Slight advantage to Leyland. 26 to a 38 light. He happens with him. Savage runs out. Leyland goes 594 with a 5 on the 594 dial. He was 026. Savage goes 477 with a 2 on 478. He was slight behind 038. Clark Howard, far lane, dial 606 against John Myers, dial 551. It's advantage to Howell. runs out. Howell goes 606, 609.3 on a 606 or a 004. Myers goes 5503 on a 551. He was 23 light. So Howell moves on. Next up, Brandon Ennis, dial 483 against Richard Jellick, dial 459. What's them now? Okay, attention pits, top doubles, 3 and 4, please. Top doubles, 3 and 4. Jelly goes big time red. He runs out, goes 481 with a 2 on a 483, was 037 light. So he moves on. Jellick turned it big time red. Next up, Billy Thomas, dial 465 against Loose Change, whatever, dial 607. He does top double entries, 3 and 4. Pro Bike should be the 5. Top Sportsman should be the 1 and 2. This chains goes red, 004 red. Thomas is 012. He runs out, goes 464, 5 over 465 with a 12 light. So Thomas moves on. Christian Walston, far lane, goes dials 486 against Ben Parks here in the tower lane, dial 511. Two of our local racers. How about slight advantage to Walston. He's 22, Parks 2047, and he does it. Goes 488 with a 3 on a 486, 22 light. Parks runs out by 5,000. He goes 510 with a 5 on a 511. He's 47 at the start. So Christian moves on. Here we go, Dave Tyler over in the far lane, dial 560. Mike Larkin here with his dragster, dial 488. David over there from New Windsor, Maryland. Larkin, the Jeep salesman down there to Berlin. Need a Jeep. Stop in to see Mike. Thank you. Oh, man. Advantage Larkin, 15 to 44. And Mike turns it on, goes 489 with a 6 on the 488 with a 15 light. Tyler was 563 with a 7 on his 560 44. So Larkin moves on. Next up, Austin Powell and his Firebird dial 509 against Vernon Powell. His dad dial 475. Maybe some bragging rights here. Out goes 508 with a 0 and 509. He was 28. His dad goes 475 with a 0 and a 475. He was 065. So Pop moves another round. Take that, son. Yep. Next up, Brooks Moore over there in the Camaro dialed 624. Alex Bradford here in the tower lane dialed 480. Puts it together. More runs out, goes 623 to 7 on the 24. He was 002. Alex goes 481 with an 8 on the 480 dial. He was 11. So top end, Alex must have pushed him out down there. Alex moves on. Matthew Cobble, dial 510 over in the far lane against Mr. Alan Glatt. Here in the tower lane, dial 445. I think Glatt was in a bad 8 yesterday. I think got beat second round. So he hung around, see what he can do tonight. Glatt's 017, but Glatt does it. He goes 446 with a 4 on a 445. He was 17. Cobble's 0513 with a 7 on a 510 with a 004. He couldn't hold Glatt off. So Allen moves another round. Okay, here we go. Chris Wigfall over here in the dragster, dial 509 against Brandon Layfield here in this pickup, dial 597. 003 red. Wickfall is 19, so he'll pick up the win. He goes 511 with a 6 on the 509 with a 19 light. Brandon was 003 red, giving the win to Wickfall. Next up, Billy Groton over there in his Pontiac dialed 746. Chad Thurman here in his pickup dialed 579. Thurman's 007 red. Billy was 015 green. Billy goes 753 with a 3 on a $746. He's 15 at the tree. Next up, Bob Weltner over there in the far lane, dialed 624 in his Mustang. It's Jordan McCann here in the tower lane, his Nova, dialed 674. Can't hold him off. They both run out. Weltner picks up the win, goes 622 with a 9 on a 624 with a 12 light. And Cam was 008 at the start. He goes 672 with an 8 on a 674. So the win goes to Weltner. Next up, Mike DeLorenzo in the Camaro, dial 583 against Steve Ryan in the dragster here in the tower lane, dial 485. He's 039. He runs out, goes 483 with a 0 on the 485 dial. He's 039. DeLorenzo is 006 red. And runs down, goes 583 with a 9. So they pushed the tree. Next up, Dalton Weltner over there in the pickup, dialed 599 against Jason Overstreet here in the Vega, dialed 671. And he goes 598 with a 3 on a 599 with a perfect light. Overstreet goes 667 with a 2 on a 671 with a 39. So Weltner hit the tree and made it happen. Pro stick by what? Attention to pits, need a pro stick final to 3 and 4, please. Pro stick final, 3 and 4. Roten picks up the bye run and makes the easy pass down the track. Okay, Sportsman coming up next. Here we are in the second round of Sportsman. Josh Davis over the far lane, 12-15. Delmarva here in Tower Lane. 11-73. Advantage Davis. And he wins, picks it up, goes 12-15 with a 2 on a 12-15 dolly, 32. Bradford runs out, goes a 11-71 with an 8 on 11-73. He was behind at the start, 0-63. So Davis moves on. Next up, that 57 Chevy we've been looking at all day with Sonny Williams over here in the Tower Lane, dialed 1613. 57 dialed 1338 over there in the far lane. Advantage to 57 Chevy. And the 57 goes it. Goes 13:05:05 on a 13:38. He was 276. Williams was behind. So the 57, we'll get to see him again up here. Jemiah Arlington over there in the far lane, dial 11 flat against Denny Johnson here in the Tower Lane, dial 1245. And the Camaro picks up the win, goes 1272 with 8 on the 1245. He was 002. Arlington over there in the far lane, he was green, but he was way back there. He went a 1258.2 on 11 flat. I'll just say he was green. Uriah Shockley over in the far lane, dial 1409 in his Dodge against the Charger over here in this lane, dial 1362. I think it's Kathy. Thank you. Can't believe I'm name. And the win goes to Shockley. He goes 14-12-1 on the 1409. He was 28. Kathy was behind 1362 on with a 6 on a 1362, but she was 137 green. So Shockley moves on. John Elias over here in the far lane, dial 1221 against Brent Donovan here in this lane. Power lane, dial 1373 in the Roadrunner. Close, lights are close. And Elias picks it up, goes 12.29.0 on a 12.21. He was 149. Donovan runs out, goes 13.67.3 on a 13.73. He was 155. So Elias moves on. So here we go. Jeff Richardson, far lane, dial 1244 against Danny Huff. Here in the tower lane, dial 1166. And Richardson pulls it off, goes 12.44 with a 2 on a 12.44 dial. He was 0.37. Huff was 11.72, 1 on 11.66. He was 0.81. He trailed both ends. Jeff Richardson maneuvered another round. Say them bracket points are adding up for some of these guys. KJ Davis over the far lane, dial 11 flat against Roman Sharbeck. Here in the tower lane, dial 1385. And the pickup turns it red, 018. The way to go to Sharbeck. He runs out, goes 13.34 with a 4 on an 85, but he picks up the win due to the red light in the far lane. Red and Nodgens were over there in his Corvette, dial 1210 against James Parrott. Jay Parrott here in the tower lane, dial 1260. We're here in the second round of the Sportsman. Pro Stick Final should be in the back of 3 and 4. Slight advantage, Nazier. Yeah, need those taillights, guys. Keep helping us out here. And the win goes to Parrott. He goes 1260 with a 1 on a 1260, 114 light. Nazier goes 1219 with a 9 on a 1210. He was 71, but big difference on the other end down there. So Parrott picks up the win. Brandon Layfield over there in the far lane, dial 1830 against Jeff Atkins here in the tower lane in his Nova, dial 1250. And Atkins goes red. So Layfield pick up the win. So Layfield runs out, but he'll pick up the win and move on. Do like Jeff Atkins red light. And this, I believe, is our last pair. Faith Hudson here in the tower lane, her S10 against, oh, she's a single. And she gets the single. Faith Hudson will pick the single up and move to the next round. Her dial's 1190. Faith gets the bye and moves on to the next round. She goes 11.87 with a 9 on $11.90, 209 at the start. But she picks up the bye and moves to the next round. Okay, moving now into the pro bike. We're in pro bike now. First up, Marlo Coleman over there in the far lane, dial 1048 against Sam Sanders here in the tower lane, dial 930. Big time red Sanders, 086 green. He'll pick up the win. Runs down, goes 924 with a 4 on 930. He was 086 green. Team challenge, lane 5, please. Team challenge, lane 5. Next up, Orlando Johnson, dial 888 against Montrell Johnson, dial 858. Listen up in pits, need the juniors. Juniors 1 and 2, please. Juniors 1 and 2. Juniors, we need you to 1 and 2. Team challenge should be in lane 5. And pro stick should be in 3 and 4. As we're in our pro bike. Slight advantage there, Johnson over the far lane. But he can't make it work. Johnson goes 861 to a 4 on an $858. He was 052. Orlando in the other lane goes 891 with a 9 on an 888 with a 47 light. But Montrell picks up the win here. Next up, Kenny Webster there in the far lane, dial 938 against John Addy here in the tower lane, dial 928. Slight advantage Webster as he go down to 1320. And Addy picks the win up. He goes 941 with a 3 on 928 dial, 49 light. And Webster was way off, goes 957 with a 0 on 938. He was 16. So we need our junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. Team challenge should be to 5. And those pro stick finals should be to 3 and 4. Need your taillights on, everybody. Please have your taillights on. Mike Carey, next pair up, 9-10 over the far lane against James Farmer. Carey goes red, 018. Farmer pick up the win here in the tower lane. He goes 914 with a 5 on a 906. He was 144, but he was green. So, be safe, man. Cotty Van Lick, far lane dial 910 against Tyrone Davis here. Tower lane dial 875. Light advantage Davis here in the tower lane. And he turns the wind light on. Goes 880 with a 0 on the 875. He was $875. He was 082. So he moves on. Next up, Lawrence, far lane 865. Ash Hayward here in the tower lane 907. Dead even at the start. Delmarva lights. And Lawrence picks up the win, goes 868 with a 1 on the 865. He was 41 light. Hayward goes 911 with a 4 on a 907. He was 041 too. But the win will go to Lawrence. Next up, Randall Scott, far lane dog, 888 against John Ferguson here in the tower lane dog, 877. Lights are almost identical here. And the win goes to Scott. He goes 8909 with, on the 888 dial. He's 90 light. Ferguson goes 881 with a 2 on the 877. He was 98 light. Win goes to Scott. Next up, Gavin McMichael, dial 862 against Alex Addy, dial 932. Vantage tower lane, 37 to a 77. And he turns his win light on, goes 938 with a 4 on 932. He was 037. And Michael was 866 with a 2 on the 862. He was 077 light. So the win goes to Addy. Up next, David Thompson over far lane, dial 945 against Sean Cropper, dial 798. Here in the tower lane, fast bike. Junior should be to 1 and 2. Team challenge should be to 5. This ought to be a pretty good chase. Advantage Cropper here in the tower lane, and he goes on by. Must miss the gear down there. So Cropper picks up the win, goes 973.3 on the 798 dial. He was 042. Thomas was 1709. Must have missed the gear on the 45. So Cropper moves another round. Had a problem there with the dial in. They got that corrected. Jeffrey Satine dialed 824. Sam Sanders dialed 926. Slight advantage, Sanders. Lets the fast bike over in the other lane. Whew. But Sanders puts it on. He goes 928 with an 8 on a 926. He was 030. Satin goes 826 with a 6 on 824. He was 037. Win goes to Sanders. Next pair up, James Farmer over in the far lane, dialed 906. Raheem Gladney here in the tower lane, dialed 868. Raheem turns it red. Farmer's 007 though. Farmer picks up the win, goes 919 with a 2 on a 906 dial. He was 007. Raheem had issues. He was right off the start line, problems going down the track. So Farmer moves on. And Montrell Johnson will pick up the bye here in the second round of Pro Bike. Okay, next weekend we're off. We'll be back here September 8th, Friday night, for the Friday night street fights. We're closed September 14th, 17th for the bracket finals, be in Pittsburgh. Then we come here the 23rd Saturday for the Grudge Dreams, and back the 30th for the track points. Okay, here we go. Pro Stick Final. Pro Stick Final rolling out. So here we go, Pro Stick Final. Dean Leia, dialed 958. Eric Kitchen here in the Chevelle Tower Lane, dialed 941. So Dean Leia in the Camaro far lane gets to go first by a little bit. At the start, and he goes 947 with a 2 on 941. He was 095. Dean the far lane goes 952.3 on 958 dial. Last call for team challenge, please. Last call for team challenge should be the 5. Morgan Tall, we need you to lane 5, please. Morgan Tall, we need you to lane 5, please.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
It's coming out. Brian Hazard over in the far lane, dial 1017. Raleigh Ketterman here in the tower lane, dial 988. And the win goes to Ketterman. He goes 997.1 on a 988. He was green, I'm all going to say. And Farley goes 1043.1 on a 1017. So Ketterman moves another round in the team challenge tonight. Next up, Julian Richardson over there in the far lane. Her pickup dial 1110 against Savannah Baker here in the tower lane dial 910. And the win goes to Richardson over in the far lane. She goes 11-14 with a 4 on 11-10 dial. She was 108. Baker goes 977.6 on a 910, 262. So way off both things. So Richardson goes another round. And Chase Huber will pick up the bye here. Dial 940 in this Malibu wagon. Huber goes 953 with a 2 on a 940, 050 at the start. So, Mod, attention to pits. Mod, lanes 3 and 4, please. And John Parks, you'll be the bye if there is one. We'll get you behind the tower, please. Need Mod 3 and 4. Mod 3 and 4. John Parks behind the tower. Mod, we need you 3 and 4. Mod 3 and 4. John Parks behind the tower, please. So we're looking for the Mod, the 3 and 4. And Mr. Parks behind the tower. Juniors are coming out now. Juniors, we got the juniors. Andrew Schaefer over the far lane, dial 1194. Reagan Ketterman here in the tower lane, dial 1198. And Schaefer goes red, 006. Reagan's green, 159. She's dialed 1198. See what she runs. And she goes 1203 with a 6 on 1198 dial. So Reagan moves another round into juniors. Mod, we're looking for you to lanes 3 and 4. Mr. Parks behind the power. John Parks behind the tower. Mod, 3 and 4. We're moving to third round of Mod. I believe there's 20 of you left. Next pair up, Bryce Cornish over in the far lane, dial 1199. Red Hat Bladen here in the tower lane, dial 1190. Advantage Bryce. And Cornish makes it happen. Goes 12:09 with a 4 on it. 11:99. He was 0:73. Bladen was 12:07 with a 7 on 11:90. He was 0:81. So Cornish moves another round. Next up, Lucas Gordy over the far lane, dial 801. Power lane, Noel James, dial 798. Listen up the pits. We need top 1 and 2, and we need Dalton Weltner behind the tower, please. And Joel James picks up the win there in that pair. But top, we need you to 1 and 2. Dalton Weltner behind the tower, please. As James picks up the win there, moves another round. Next up, Jonathan Henry, dialed 793. And Brandon Matera, dialed in 799. Henry against Matera. Slight advantage Tower Lane. And Tower Lane picks it up, goes 8-0-0 with a 3 on a 799. He was 0-37. Henry goes 795 with a 6 on a 793. He was 44 behind at the end there. Right lane. Next up, Braxton Hazard, about 792. Chase Huber here in the Tower Lane, about 805. Better light advantage to Huber. He makes this happen. He goes 806 with a 2 on the 805. He was 025 green. Hazard was 797 with a 4 on a 792. He was 039. So he trailed both ends. And the win goes to Huber. Down there, and he does. He goes 523 with a 9 on the 522. He was 032 at the start. Parkinson goes 678 with a 6 on a 676, but he was back behind at 072 light. So the win goes to Satine. Next up, Josh Phelps over in far lane, dialed 588 against Rick Abbott. Rick Abbott Jr. here in Tower Lane, dial 1094. Runs down, goes 589 with a 0 or a 588. He was 10 at the start. Abbott runs out, goes 1092 with a 6 on a 1094, but he was a 106 red. So Phelps moves on. Next up, Bill Foster over there in the Tower Lane, over there in the far lane, dialed 630. Danny Huff here in the Tower Lane, dialed 745. Extra turns the red, 040 red. There goes to Huff. And he goes down there, goes 746 with a 1 on a 745. He was 075 start. So Huff with his Tesla moves another round. Next up, Michael Jefferson over in the far lane, dialed 639. Paul Riddle Jr. here in the tower lane, dialed 636. Jefferson 001 red. Is the win to Paul Riddle Jr. He's 042. He goes down there, goes 638 with an 8 on a 636 with a 42 light. But Jefferson 001. And he goes 639 with a 9. Yep. But that 001 red got him. Next up, Ben Garnett. Dialed 557 in the Maverick against Billy Collinsworth here in the tower lane, dialed 753. Collinsworth goes red, 017 red, gives it to Garnett. He's 047 at the start. Runs down, he goes 558 with a 9 on the 557. He was 047 green. Collinsworth goes 756 with a 0 on the 753, but 017 red. So Garnett moves on. Nicholas Bowie over here in the far lane, dialed 641. Crystal Hudson here in the tower lane, dialed 607. Slight advantage to Hudson in the tower lane. And she does it. She goes 607 with a 1 on a 607. She was 037. Nicholas goes 644 with a 6 on a 641. He was behind 066 at the start. Next up, Travis Malak. 632 far lane against Buddy Layfield here in the tower lane, dialed 666, triple sixes. Advantage Layfield. And he goes 667 on a 666. He was 027. Malak goes 633 with a 0 on a 632, but he was 133 back. So Layfield moves on. Next up, Jamar Wongus, dialed 599 against David Hornsby here in the tower lane, dialed 628. challenge to Hornsby's 008. The longest is 052, but he runs out. Wing goes to longest 6041 on the 599 with a 52 light. Hornsby runs out, goes 627 with a 6 on a 628 dial. Runs out before thou, and he was 008. And insult to injury. So longest moves on. Ryan Riepert, far lane dialed 884 against Bryce Cornish Jr. dialed 601. Need team challenge lane 5. Team challenge lane 5. Need sportsmen. Sportsmen to 3 and 4, please. Sportsmen to 3 and 4, and team challenge lane 5. Cornish picks up the win. Goes 6:02.2 on a 6:01. He was 0:53 at the start. So he'll move another round. And here's our last pair. Jonathan Henry Farley over there dialed 743 against John Parks, dialed 641. Looks like a Chrysler 7F, tag number 7F, B9331. It's a white vehicle. And another vehicle, Delaware tag 1628. Steve Ryan here in the tower lane, 483 as we move into top. 30 left, so we'll be cutting these in half. 2 go down, 1 will come back. Need those team challenge to lane 5. And sportsmen to 3 and 4. Team challenge to 5, sportsmen 3 and 4. As we have our second pair of top out here. Weltner against Ryan. Advantage Ryan, he's 13 compared to Weltner's 36. And he goes 485 with a 0 on a 483. He's 13 at the light. Weltner is 624 with a 0 on a 622, but he was behind 036. So Ryan moves on. Next up, Bill Groden. Far lane dial 657. Dave Keaton here in the tower lane dial 591. Vantage Keaton. And Keaton picks the win up, goes 592 with a 9 on a 591. He was 10 light. Groden's goes 659 with a 4 on a 657. He was 17. So Keaton moves on in his Camaro. Next up, Vernon Powell over there in the far lane, dial 474 against Frankie LeCates here in the tower lane, dial 454. goes 454 with a 9 on a 454. He was 20 at the start. So he moves on. Last night's Bad 8 dragster winner moves on, wants to add some more to it. Next up, Doug Milner over there in the far lane, dialed 751 against Tyler Ryan here in his Camaro, dialed 615 in the tower lane. He made it happen. He goes 616 with a 4 on a 615 with a 10 light. Milner runs out, goes 749 with a 6 on a 751, but he was behind 039 at the start. And next up, Freddie Leyland, dialed 593 against Stephen Truitt, dialed 580. He does it. He goes 582 with an 8 on a 580. He was 15 at the start. Leyland was 595.0 on the 593. He was 037. So Truitt moves on. Next up, Clark Howard over there in the far lane, dialed 608. Alex Bradford here in the tower lane, dialed 481 in his dragster. Please, please. And Bradford does it, goes 482 with a 1 on a 481. He had 11 light. Clark runs out, goes 606 with a 0 on a 608, and he was 11 at the start. But the dragster went on around, forced him out. Alex moves on. Next up, Mike DeLorenzo over here in the far lane, dialed 583 against Josh Nichols. Here in the tower lane, dialed 779. In this Ford. Advantage DeLorenzo, he's 13, Nichols 24. That happened with him, and Nichols runs out. DeLorenzo goes 585 with a 5 on a 583. He was 13 at the start. And Nichols runs out, goes 777 with an 8 on a 779. So DeLorenzo moves on. Next up, Billy Groton, dialed 746 in his four-door race car against Tommy Ketterman, the dragster, dialed 471. Tommy goes 471 with a 6 on the 471. He was 13 light. Groton goes a 747 with a 4 on a 746. He was 009. But the dragster made him get pay. Margin of victory at 004. Next up, Darren Roden in his Chevelle in the far lane, dialed 592 against Philip Truitt. In the tower lane, dialed 675. Advantage Roden 007 to Phillips 057. And Darren does it. Goes 593 with an 8 on a 592. He was 007. Truitt goes 6797 on a 675, but he was behind 057. So Roden moves on. Darren going some rounds this weekend. Next up, Ben Calhoun, dialed 439. Christian Walston, dialed 485. I think Calhoun made the bad 8 last night, but I think he lost the first round. Pretty stout field last night. Steve Boone was number 1, I believe, at a 429 or 30. Ended up getting beat in the final by the Cates. Does it. Goes 486 with a 9 on a 485. He was 006. Calhoun goes 440 with a 2 on a 439. He was 038. So Walston moves on. Another pair of dragsters. Alan Glad was in the bad 8 also last night. Billy Thomas, so far lane, dialed 464. Glad is dialed 445. I think Thomas told me he missed a bad 8 last night by 1 foul and getting in. Attention to pits, top doubles, 1 and 2, please. Top doubles, 1 and 2. It's Thomas against Glatt. Far lane. Glatt's 039 and dries down, goes a 480 with a 2 on a 445. I don't know what happened to Thomas. Never moved. Next up, Larkin. Mike Larkin dialed 773 against Ennis, dialed 481. And he goes through easy. Goes 493 with a 3 on the 481 with a 13 light. Larkin was 773 with a 4 on a 773, but he was 311. Missed it there. So Brandon moves on. Okay, next up, Bryce Cornish, far lane, dialed 6 flat against Wigfall, dialed 510. Cornish goes red. Gives the win to Wigfall. He's 027 green. Goes 510 with a 1 on a 510 with a 27 light. All right, as we get back into action here. Par lane over there, Darren Roden, about 592. Power lane here, Steve Rindod, 484. Rodendahl 592 and Rindall 484. Advantage Roden 004 to 039, and he does it. Goes 595 with a 3 on a 592. Who's 004? Ryan goes 484 with a 0 on a 484, but he was 039 at the start. So Roden to move on in 002 at the stripe. 002 stripe. Close. Next up, Brandon Layfield over there to far lane. Yeah. Dalton Weltner over the far lane down 599, and Larkin here in the tower lane down 488. It's very educational up here in this tower, folks. Pro Bike, lane 5. Listen to this. Pro Bike, we need you to lane 5. Advantage Weltner, 11 to 34 over this lane. And Weltner wins as Larkin runs out by 2 thou. Weltner's 6.005 on a 599. He was 011. And Larkin goes down, goes 487 with an 8 on a 488 with a 34 light. So he run out by 2 thou. Pro Bike, we need you lane 5, please. Pro Bike, lane 5. John Elias, first pair up, be John Elias over there in the Alton Brothers lane against Faith Hudson here in the tower lane, dial 1186. As we move into the Sportsman, third round of the Sportsman. Pretty even at the start as they run down the quarter mile. And the win goes Elias. He goes 12:30 with a 4 on a 12:28. He was 084. Hudson goes 11:95 with a 2 on 11:86. She had 100 late. So Elias will move to the next round in Sportsman. Next up, Uriah Shockley there in the far lane is Dodge. Dial 1402 against Jay Parrott here in the Tower Lane, dial 1260. Looking for those pro bike, you should be at a 5. Parrott's got the advantage at the start. And Parrott turns the wind light on, goes 1264 with a 3 on the 1260. He was 022. Shockley goes 1405 on the 1402. He was 82, way back behind there. So Parrott moves on. Need our juniors 1 and 2, please. Juniors 1 and 2. Pro bike should be to 5. Next up, Jeff Cave, dial 1338 in the old 57. This Josh Davis, dial 1213. The advantage to Davis. And you make it work on both ends. And he does. Goes 1203 on with a 7 on the 1213. He was 015 late. Cave went 1346 with a 6, 1444 with a 6 on the 1338. He was 298 at the start. So Davis moves on. Juniors, we need juniors, please. Juniors 1 and 2, please. Next up, Jeff Richardson. Far lane, dial 1243 against Brandon Layfield. Dial 1830. And Richardson drives around and both run out, but Richardson goes 1240 with a 9 on a 1243. He was 060. Layfield goes 1813 with a 7 on a 1830, but he was 230 at the start. So we need our juniors to 1 and 2. Juniors 1 and 2. I believe pro bike to 5. And picks up the bye here. Goes 12:59.5 on the 12:45. Looking for juniors to 1 and 2. I believe Mike should be to 5. Pro Bike, we're looking for you to 5, please. Pro Bike should be lane 5, please. Juniors, you should be to 1 and 2. So Pro Bike, we need you to lane 5, please. Pro Bike should be to 5. Juniors should be to 1. We're missing 2 bikes. We need Pro Bike, please. Pro Bike to lane 5. Trying to keep moving, folks. Getting late. Trying to keep moving here. All right, as we move into the team challenge here, far lane Julian Richardson, dial 1110. Chase Huber here in the tower lane, dial 955. All right, Julian Richardson, dial 1110 against Chase Huber, dial 955. And Huber goes 970 with a 7 on 955. Picks up the win. As Richardson is far behind. So she'll move. 036. Next up, Raleigh Ketterman. He picks up the bye. He's dialed 980 in his wagon. And he'll face Huber in the final. The team challenge tonight. He's 057 red at the start, but it doesn't matter. It's green. He's on the bye. So he goes 10.008 on a $980 with a 57. So he'll move into the final. All right, here we move into the, I think it's the fourth round of Pro Bike. Sam Sanders, far lane over there, dial 925 against James Farmer here in the tower lane, dial 908, 905, I mean. Move into the third round. Third round here in Pro Bike. The Farmer in the tower lane as they run down to the quarter mile. And his Farmer goes 9.105 on a 905. He was 13 light. Sander goes 9.28 with an 8 on a 925. He was 0.66. Next pair up be Teron Davis, dial 874 against Montrell Johnson, dial 861. All right, here we go. Terrell Davis, 874 against Montrell Johnson, 861. Pro Bike. Slight advantage to Ron Davis, far lane. And he pulls the win out, goes 875 with 8 on 874. He was 36 at the green. And Johnson runs out, goes 8607 on 861. He was 080 at the start. Need Mod 3 and 4, please. Mod 3 and 4. Lawrence 866, Addy dial 932. And Lawrence pulls it off, goes 8.7, 6.0, and 8.66. He was at 60 late. Addy goes 9.41 with a 3 on, 9.32. He's behind at the start, 1.17. Lawrence moves on. Next up, John Addy. Far lane dial, 9.28 against Sean Cropper. Here in the tower lane dial, 8.15. Need Mod, 3 and 4, please. Mod, 3 and 4. Advantage Cropper here in the tower lane. And he pulls it out, goes 8.39 with a 5 on the 8.15. He was 0.47 at the start. Addy goes 9.55 with a 3 on 9.28. He was 64, so he was behind everywhere. So Sean Cropper moves to the next round. Yeah. Like I say, we're looking for Mod to 3 and 4. We're a slight hold up here as we're waiting for some double entries and the bikes to come back to run their next number. Josh Phelps, you'll be the buy if there is one in Mod this round, but we need Mod to 3 and 4. Josh Phelps behind the tower if you can get there, or we'll just pull you out. Okay. All right, next pair up, Randall Scott Far lane dial 888. Sam Sanders here in the tower lane dial 930. Six win the winner, Randall Scott over the far lane. He was 071 green. He goes 888 with a 3 on that. 888, but he's 71 green. So he moves to the next round of the pro bike. Montrell Johnson, dial 861 against James Farmer, dial 905. Slight advantage Farmer, 018 to 024. But Johnson pulls it out. He goes 861 with a 3 on the 861. He was 24 late. Farmer goes 906 with a 4 on the 905 with 18. Margin of victory is 0.005. Pretty tight. All right, so here we go. Bryce Cornish, dial 1206. Reagan Ketterman here in the tower lane, dial 1204. Advantage Cornish. Well, Reagan's got a lot to do. And she can't do it. She runs out. Goes 12.005 on the 1204. Bryce is 12.13 with an 8 on the 12.06. He was 14 late. Reagan was just 2.06. So got way behind at the start and had to try to run it out. Next up, Brandon Matera, dialed 799 against Chase Hubert, dialed 805. Go. Brandon Keller with a 99. Slight advantage to the far lane. He's 35 to a 63. And he picks up the win, goes 799 with a 7 on a 799 with a 35 late. Huber runs out, goes a 802.3 with on an 805. He was 063 green. So got behind at the start and had to push it more. So Terry runs to the next round. And picking up the bye is Noel James out 798. His lane, he's 067 green, runs down to the 8th and goes 8:003 on a 798 with a 67 light. He'll move into the semis. Okay, listen, pits. We need top ET, lanes 1 and 2. Christian Walston, need you behind the tower, please. Top to 1 and 2. Christian Walston, need you behind the tower. That will be the 4th round. And here we go, 4th round of mod. Jonathan Henry there in the far lane dialed 743 against Danny Huff here in the tower lane dialed 747. We're in the 4th round of mod. Slight advantage to Henry. He was 029 at the start, goes 744 with a 6 on the 743. Huff runs out, goes 746 with a 6 on a 747. He was late at the start, 060 late. So Jonathan Henry moves another round. Our mod. Next up, Ben Garnett is Maverick, dial 556. Against Jeff Satin, dial 521. Slight advantage to the bike, power lane, 049. And he makes the win, goes 523 with 8 on a 521 with a 49 late. Garnett goes 559 with a 0 on the 556, but he was behind 070. So Satan moves another round in the mod here. I think we're down to 10. We're down to 10 now, so it'll be 5 coming back. Next pair, Jamar Longus over there, dialed 603. And Crystal Hudson here in the tower lane, dial 605. Two S10s going at it. Team Challenge, lane 5. Team Challenge, lane 5 for the final. Hudson has advantage, 004. She pulls it out. She goes 605 with a 2 on a 605 with a 004 light. Juniors, lane 4, please. Juniors, lane 4. So Hudson moves another round here in mod. B5 coming back for the next round. Next up, Paul Riddle Jr. over here in the Camaro, dialed 637. Buddy Layfield here in the tower lane, dialed 666. Layfield here in the tower lane. And he makes it happen. He goes 666 with a 1 on a 666 with a 19 light. Riddle runs out by 4,000. He goes 636 with a 0 on a 637. He was behind at the start, 040. So Layfield moves another round here in the mod. So you got 10 this round, B5 coming back for the next one. Team Challenge should be to lane 5. Team Challenge should be to 5. Next up, Josh Phelps, dialed 589 against Bryce Cornage, dialed 601 in his S10. Phelps, 002 to 11. And that worked for him. He goes 590 with a 1 on a 589 with a 002. Cornish goes 602 with a 5 on a 601. He was 11. He was behind at the start. So Phelps moves to the next round. Team Challenge should be to 5. Need semifinals of juniors, please. Lane 4, semifinals of juniors. Lane 4. I'm getting excited about giving that scooter away today to the winner of the juniors. So we're down to 3. So we're hanging in there. I think we got, we're down to 15 in the top. So we're getting there and down there. We got the finals of Team Challenge coming out. So here we go. Fourth round of top. Fourth round of top. Be Darren Roten in his Chevelle at the far lane, dial 594 against Tyler Ryan here in the tower lane in his Camaro, dial 615. Darren's 064, and he made him pay. He goes 617 on with a 0 on a 615. He was 004. Darren was 595 with a 1 on a 594, but he was behind 064 at the start. So Ryan will move to the next round. Need Sportsman to lane 4. Sportsman lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsman 3 and 4. And Pro Bike lane 5. Pro Bike lane 5. The van is Del Lorenzo here. This one, at the hip. He can't pull it out. Keaton goes 591 with a 9 on a 591 with a 30. As Del Lorenzo is 588 with a 3 on the 584 with that 008. So Keaton pulls that one out. Next up, Dalton Weltner, dialed 599 in his pickup against Frank Lacates here in his dragster, dial 454. Lead Sportsman 3 and 4. And Pro Bike lane 5. Team Challenge, you should be in lane 5. Slight advantage Lacates, very slight. And a fast traction chasing down as Robert runs out. Runs out by 5,000. Frankie's 456 with a 0 on the 454. Weltner goes down, goes 598 with a 5 on the 599 with a 30 late. So Frankie will move to another round, trying to keep that winning going this weekend. Next up, Brandon Ennis, far lane, dial 482 against Steve Ryan, dial 483. Steve wants to join his boy in the next round of top. say we need Sportsman to 3 and 4, Pro Bike back to 5. Advantage Ennis. Can he hold him off? And he does. Goes 483 with a 4 on a 482. He's 009. Ryan goes 484 with an 8 on a 483. He's 029. So Ennis made him play. Should be a good match here. Alan Glatt, far lane, dial 445 against Alex Bradford, dial 481. Glatt got beat last night, I think, in the second round of the Bad 8. Pretty fast dragster. We're in a round of 15, headed to 8 in the next round. With a 2 on a 445. He was 008. Alex goes 482 with a 4 on a 481 with 017. So margin of victory 001. So Glatt moving to the next round. Next pair, Tommy Ketterman over here in the far lane, dial 471 against Steve Truitt. Here in the tower lane, dial 580. So you sportsmen should be to 3 and 4. Pro Bike should be to 5. We're weeding them down here on a Sunday night in Delmarva, Delaware. Something, and Tommy drives around, made him go out. 2,000 breakout, 009 at the stripe. Tommy goes 471 with a 7 on a 471 with a 057. Truitt goes 579 8 on a 580, run out by 2,000. He was 19 at the start. So Tommy moves on into the next round. Still got a few spectators hanging with us. Appreciate that. Been a long 3 days, long day. Super Chevy, big celebration. Had new members of the Hall of Fame join. Congratulating them. All right, we got a pair of we had double here. That's why we had to wait for Darren to come back. He's going to run Wigfall, and then Christian will get his bye. So Aaron Roten is. All right, so here we go. Darren Roten dialed 595 in his Chevelle against Chris Wigfall, dialed 510. Wigfall 001 goes 5'11 with a 0 on a 5'10. Wow. He was. Christian Walston gets the bye. I believe Christian gets the bye. It'd be 8 coming back next round. Christian 037 goes down and goes 486 with a 1 on a 486 with a 37 light. So he moves to the next round. I believe it'd be 8 coming back. Here we are, Sportsman quarterfinals. John Elias dialed 1228 and Denny Johnson dialed 1255. And Johnson picks up the win. He goes 1266 with a 9 on a 1255 with a 103 light. Elias goes 1295 with a 0 on a 1228. He was 19 light. So he must have let him go, and it cost him. Next up, Jeff Richardson against Jay Parrott. Jeff dialed 1239, and Parrott dialed 1260. To Parrott, can he hold Richardson off? And he does. Parrott goes 1268 with a 7 on a 1260 with a 26 light. Richardson goes 1248 with a 9 on a 1239. He was way back 152 light. So Parrott will move into the semis. Josh Davis picks up the ball about 12-10. There's down, goes 12:05 with a 5 on a 12:10 dial. He was 0:52 at the start. So he'll move to the semis. And here's our juniors. Got 3 juniors. Bryce Cornish will pick up the bye. And he's dialed 1206. So he'll move to the finals. Who will he run? All right, Mod, we need Mod. 5th round, the 1 and 2. And Josh Phelps, you'll be the bye, so we need you behind the tower. So Mod, 1 and 2, and Josh Phelps behind the tower for 5th round. Josh Phelps. So Bryce goes 020 green and goes down, goes 1198 with a 9 on a 1206 as he moves into the final. And we got Noel James here, dialed 799 far lane against Brandon Matera, dialed 8 flat. So who's going to face Cornish? Goes red, 201. James is 74, 074 goes 799 with a 2 on 799. So James will face Cornish in the final. Here we got that fancy WDRA. So it could be a big round coming up for the juniors. So here we are in the finals. Here we are in the finals of the team challenge. Raleigh Kellerman over there in the far lane, dialed 992. Chase Huber here in the tower lane, dialed 955. In the Malibu, 2 big wagons going at it. I see the dice dancing around in one. And the win goes to Huber, 975 with a 2 on 955 with a 30 late. Ketterman goes down, goes 1004 with a 9 on 992. He was 139. He was way behind there to start. And that cost him team challenge winner tonight, Chase Huber. So congratulations to you, sir. Mod should be what, 1 and 2, yep. So we go here into the next round of Pro Bike. All right, far lane, Art Lawrence dialed 866. And Randall Scott here in the tower lane dialed 888, triple eights. Advantage Lawrence. And Lawrence does it, goes 875 with a 4 on the 866 dial, 42 light. Scott's 890 with a 5 on the 888. He was 199 light. So on Lawrence, moves another round. So we remind everybody about the curfew coming. Next round, James Farmer, dial 902. Against Montrell Johnson, dial 860. 002 over there with Farmer. He could be putting a hurting here on Johnson. And he does. He goes 910 with a 3 on 902. 002 at the tree. Johnson's 867 with a 4 on 860. And he was behind at 021. So Farmer moves into the next round of pro bike. So the next round will be the semis. And who will join those two? Tyrone John Davis over there, 874 against Sean Cropper, dial 820. Red, but Tyrone over to power lane was 006 green. He goes 886 with an 8 on an 874 with a 006. So he moves to the semifinals in pro bike. Curfew. So everyone want to keep moving along, help us keep things moving. Wrap this big weekend of racing up. Want to give those big fancy trophies away and stuff. Work with us, folks. Yep. Please come when we call you. Be ready to go. So here we go, 5th round of mod. Got 5 left. Josh Phelps will be getting the bye if there is one. Should be 5 racers, so he should be getting that. Josh James, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Head of staging. Josh James. Jonathan Henry over in the far lane, dial 744. Like I say, Jonathan Henry over in the far lane, dial 744. Jeff Santin here in the tower lane, dial 521. Top 3 and 4, top 3 and 4, Sportsman 1 and 2. Top 3 and 4, Sportsman 1 and 2. Chris Wigfall will put you behind the tower. Chris Wigfall behind the tower in top 3 and 4. Light advantage to Henry. And he made it work. Goes 744 with a 5 on the 744. He was 027. Jeff Santin was go 522 with a 1 on the 521. He was 049. So Henry moves into another round. Next up, Buddy Layfield, far lane 665. Crystal Hudson, power lane dial 604. This is the bottom. Advantage to Layfield. He's 009 to Crystal's 035, but he runs out. Goes 663 with a 5 on the 665. He was 009. Hudson goes 6048 on the 604. She was 035. But she pushed Layfield out, so Crystal will move to the next round. That will be the semis. Here Josh Phelps, he'll pick up the bye this round and move to the semis. Dial 590. He's 004 red on his time shot here. And goes 588.8 on the 590 dial, 004 red. But he moves into the semis of mod. Josh James to the head of the staging, please. Josh James to the head of the staging. Top 3 and 4, Wigfall behind the tower, please. Top 3 and 4, Wigfall behind the tower, please. And Josh James, we need you to the head of staging. So we need our top to 3 and 4. Wigfall, Chris Wigfall behind the tower, please. We're down to 8 of those. I think we're down to 3 juniors. Down to 3 bikes. We're down to 3 mod. We finished the teen challenge, so we're getting down there. We've got about half-hour curfew left. So please help us move along, folks. Got those beautiful trophies we want to give out to the winners. I got a scooter man's waiting to give away to the juniors. Pit bike, he tells me. Okay, electric pit bike. I got some cleaning supplies to give to the winners in mod, top, and junior tonight. I also have some Avon products I'm going to give to the runner-ups in top, mod, and junior. So we need the racers to help us move along here, please, as we're getting close to our curfew. Should be 8 of you in top coming back to 3 and 4. Said 3 mob would be coming back. We got 3 juniors coming back with 3 sportsmen. Chris Wigfall. All right, here we go. Top. I think this is 5th round, the top. Hey, we're down to 8 top. Brandon Ennis, Farlane Doll, 482. Dave Keaton Doll, 591. Here we go. Quarterfinals of top. He's 17, and this is 038, and he does it. Goes 591 with a 3 on the 591 with a 17 light. Ennis goes 482 with a 9 on the 482, but he's behind 038. So Keaton will move to the semifinals. Next up, Christian Walston over here in the far lane, dial 486. Tyler Ryan here in the tower lane, dial 615. And the Camara pulls it off, goes 16 with a 615 with a 4 on a 615 dial. And he's over 11 at the start. And Walston goes 487 with a 2 on a 486. He was 16 back. So Ryan moves to the semifinals. Here's a pair of last night's bad 8 dragsters. Alan Glad over the far lane, dial 445. Frankie the Cates here in the tower lane, dial 455. On Frankie, and he does it. Goes 447 with a 6 on a 445. He was 011. Frankie goes 455 with a 2 on a 455, but he was behind 037. So margin of victory at 002. So Glatt will move to the semifinals. Next pair up, Tommy Ketterman dialed 472 against Chris Wigfall dialed 510. We have a blue GMC blocking a racer, please. Greg, GMC blocking one of our racers. Please, if you own a gray pickup, go to it, please. Everybody's ready to go home. Please don't block racers up. So Tommy dialed 472, Wigfall dialed 510. Who will move to the semifinals? And he does it, 0-10. Tommy goes 4.752 on the 472. He was a thin light. Wigfall goes 5.11 with a 7 on the 510 dial. He was 26 behind. So Ketterman will move to the semifinals. Margin of victory, 0-0-1. Now we're in the semifinals of okay, we got Josh Davis Farlane here in the Sportsman. Tire King Sportsman. He's dialed 1205. Denny Johnson here in the Tower Lane dialed 1259. And Johnson goes red, big time red. Win will go to Davis. He's 102 at the start, dialed 1205, and he runs out, goes 12.02 with an 8 on a 12.05 dial with a 102 light. But he'll move into the finals. Right? No. Okay, we got the semifinals of Pro Bike. Art Lawrence over there in Far Lane dialed 866. James Farmer here in the Tower Lane dialed 902. This is the semifinals. And goes down, runs out, goes 8.99 with a 7 on a 902. He's 0.44 green. So he'll move into the finals against Tyrone Davis. He's dialed 874. And he breaks the beam, backs up. So he'll face Farmer in the final.